Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is Tuesday as opposed to Monday. Didn't quite line up with my schedule yesterday. So today is our fifth week, our fifth session of covering Neverwinter Online, the Biting Cold, module 33. This will be the last coverage. We're kind of cutting the amount of weeks down to half because I don't know why I didn't do this sooner rather than later, but here we are. Largely because the milestone, the final milestone, is actually the last week. However, because of, again, the threshold thing, like the weekly haul, quest things overflow. So today we'll be covering the final, like, whatever lore related, story related thing that I'll be covering. And then this is presuming that the rest of the weeks, so week 6 through 10, are largely the same thing. And that has been true for the last... since the weekly haul was introduced, the 10-week structure. I think it's been 7 or 8 modules at this point. And I don't think that seems to be changing. I think it's being compressed even further as it's going. Obviously, I'm not the target audience here. Generally speaking, the things I cover are those things. The campaign region and a bit of the dungeon if it's possible, and a bit of the trial if it's possible. And sure enough, last week I was serendipitously lucky enough to record the first advance run, just actually even the first run period of Jodenscar with a pug, like a pickup group. And we had a lot of learning, and there was a bunch of things. The tank was very resolute. We cycled a single position, but the 3 other players were very resolute and amazing. I couldn't plan it better, in my opinion. Like, it was serendipitously exactly the ideal type of thing I wanted to record for posterity's sake, like what the experience is like. Since then, though, between the last recording, I did actually hit the random dungeon queue format for Jodenscar once, and it looks like they basically preserved all the mechanics outside of the encroaching frost mechanic. So the thing that creates permadeath due to stacking. So the cleansing and the stacking are the things that are removed, and then outside of that, everything's scaled down so it's less punishing, right? And basically it became a DPS thing, and you can see all the mechanics going. Oh, and there's another miss. The reverse hypo that I really like, the second phase of the hypo was also removed, where you have to land on a circle after getting hit with hypo. So those were the removed parts. And throughout the dungeon there were various few changes, like there was no icy surface around the circle, but generally speaking, most of the permadeath things are not in the normal one, and it's usually a DPS race. Most things are brute forceable. In fact, it is rarely something you can't simply soak. So the run that I had was pretty interesting. There was a bit of, you can kind of see the players trying to do something different. It was a no-fail situation, so it was set up in a no-fail manner. I think the one thing that was really interesting that I finally got an answer to was the poison stacking, like the poison circle, right? The toxic circle, which was not apparent when I first ran Jodenscar in week 4 a week ago. And you're supposed to distribute the poison, like exchange poison with another member until it becomes weakened. So that's kind of why the tank had to share the poison circle at least once with someone so that it doesn't fully load. So it's a pretty neat idea where you exchange it and you pass it along until it is survivable. right? At least that's what it looked like over the time. The boss fights, their HPs are wild. It's gigantic oftentimes, and it's enough to see the rotation over and over again. And I'm not sure if that's why they're designing it with so much HP. In general, though, I think the HP situation is debatable because it ends up being attrition, a series of attrition, as opposed to novel mechanics or interactivity. Generally, you're cycling the same thing, and that normal run was a very long time. On top of that, I also, by happenstance, whatever alliance that I'm part of, that's still part of, we ran a single group twice through Advanced Jotenscar, and it was by chance because I don't know these people. It just so happens in the evening this person wanted to do that, and we got a group together, and that went pretty well. It went as clockwork. So Advance is in a good place. There might be like 1 or 2 hiccups here and there, but overall it was really well designed. Honestly, I enjoyed the dungeon quite a bit. That's usually rarely my criticisms about Neverwinter. Now we get into the criticisms. The criticism is so now that I have completed Advanced Jotenscar multiple times to see what it's like and get a little bit of a mixed experience, obviously, I looked at the currency. And I think this is where I will probably talk about it after the stream today. It is easily one of the lowest points. The lowest point is the idea that, yes, people like the mentality of Neverwinter, at least in my opinion. This includes the vocal player base. It's this really older school. I'm not saying it's bad because it's old, but more so that this tradition of balance, it's constantly transactional, right? Everything is a transaction. Your time equals a certain amount of gear. Your time equals a certain amount of rarity. How much effort, how often you'll fail has a certain amount of payout. All classes have to be equal. They have to constantly be balanced, even though you have accessibility to all the classes because you're a player that can play all of them. But like, instead of pushing for multi-class players, you're constantly doing like segregation and balancing. So the call for balance is so rigorously ingrained in the traditionalism of both the player base and the developer. And this also translates to the currency exchange, your time, your loot, odds. So every time a new module drops, in my opinion, personally, this is not for everyone. I'm not the target audience for this. I actually think I'm in the minority. Most players would be fine with this. I feel like every time they introduce something, like they try to introduce another way to acquire something or another way to encourage playtime to gain something, right? A reward or loot. It's often balanced. It's constantly, the key word, it's to a fault. It's balance. And what do I mean by this? When they introduce a new way, the balancing point is how long will it take for other methods. So like, for example, they introduce, why is this relevant? They introduce a new currency. So the currency now has been reduced to the idea that you run a certain amount, and if you don't get the certain amount of loot, right? Currently, this is the topic when it comes to the major feedback. One of the contentious points is you can defeat bosses, you can defeat runs, and you get these currency, and you can exchange this currency once you have enough to get a piece of gear from that respective level or tier when you accumulate enough. But it was balanced. That's the word. It was balanced. So the devs made it so how do you know how much currency you're gonna need, right? In this case, it's 500 of their respective currency for any tier, so advanced or masters. 500, and you get roughly, I can show you this. Or let's get in here. So I did 3 runs. And this currency, for the advanced one at least, is, where is it? Let's go to the store. It's easier to see in the store. I want to say you roughly, if for clear, you roughly get 2 or 3 per boss, right? It's this currency. So Coldstone Amulets is the advanced one. And then there's a separate master one, which is Brooch. And Brooch is 300, right? And I don't know what the drop rate is that. I'm going to assume it's not 3. It's probably 1. So you get a roughly 3 for a run. I don't know. Maybe anywhere from 1%. So 1%. That's what they regulated at. So this one is about 1%. So you have to do roughly 100 runs to get 1 piece of gear. And the assumption is that it's balanced by math, because if you think about the pool of gear and the rolling and re-rolling of the chests, it still comes out to they're trying to balance how to get the precise gear from pity, from completion pity. I'm going to call this a pity, as in you fail to roll properly or get lucky to get that thing. And in 100 runs, if you don't get your gear of choice, you get a guaranteed one. 100 runs is their balancing point. That is their minimum. They decide on the minimum game time to get 1 piece of gear, and you're hoping that in the 100 runs maybe you get 2 pieces of gear or 3, because so the minimum, this is what I mean by balancing point. They take a minimum and they introduce a new exchange thing, and that is the bottom line. It's so incredibly transactional. It's like, hey guys, guess what? We heard your complaints. Now we're going to make it easier, quote unquote, easier to get the gear you want, reflective of your playtime. I don't think that's true. It's genuinely, when they introduce a new way to get the gear, it is balanced transactionally to the minimum amount of time that you would have gotten the gear despite that alternative method. That's kind of my impression of what they're getting. So anytime the developer says, hey, oh, we heard you, we know you don't like the low RNG and whatnot, we added another RNG. And then the way they depict fairness, like how they argue, at least indirectly, about, oh, I think we believe this drop rate is good enough for the new method, and then we're going to take some of that drop rate from the original method. And it turns out, in my opinion, overall, what you get when you hear the player base, the time that it takes ends up going up. It doesn't go down, it goes up. And then the developers will come back with like some nebulous comment like, we think it's fair because the rate, this particular rate was increased 10x. Like, that isn't the point. In my opinion, the developer clearly made a bottlenecking, like the way they balance and transactional time, they bottleneck something, and that becomes the basis of the time. So all these other extra methods, like, hey, so if you fail to get this, it still takes the same amount of time, like, for the satisfaction. Now there are many ways to obfuscate how rare it is. So when you add RNG upon RNG upon RNG, and then you suddenly add a pity timer that's normalized to the amount of time you would expect to participate in the RNG, it is still that amount of time. Like, it's barely sufficient to make someone who feels unlucky to be earnable. So to me, that is the biggest stain that I can see, not even in just this module. That is the must change that is happening. Like, the the waves, they cross the line. It's crossing the line. 100 runs times, like, in at least for to me, my perspective, 30 to an hour a run. So we're just gonna round it up. So that's 100 hours for a module. That is so far outside of live service. Like, what I mean is, my thought is 100 hours for what you place in this game. I play various types of games that require hundreds of hours for sure. This stuff, that it's not 100 hours of satisfying attention to detail situation where it isn't simply an inflation of transactional things. Like, it's 100 hours because someone decided to put a 0 at the end of this number. Like, instead of 55, it's 550. Now, I'm not saying reduce it by tenfold, but this is a dictation. This is the new bottom line. And this new bottom line is still higher overall. It's consistently getting higher and higher. So to me, this is a poor excuse of adulterating and souring what I think was fantastic. Like, I do enjoy the dungeon. Do I enjoy being reminded that I'm doing the dungeon hundreds of times in order to meet a goal, as opposed to trying to enjoy the process? No. And I already went through like hours of explaining how, like, the difference between a trier and a doer, like where the satisfaction comes from. This is not it. Like, I'm already satisfied with my Johanskar experience. I am not relishing the idea that I look at this and I have 36 from 3 runs, and I look at this and it's 550. That is so absurd. Like, I can't even begin to think this is a rational time. So outside of that, now we have a metric. So from now on, this actually provides a convenient metric on the future modules. Like, what is their base exchange rate when someone is quote unquote unlucky? Because any obfuscation, which is what's happening right now, the post is like, oh, here's all the loot, here's the new loot. There's no transparency in the probability. So whenever a developer comes around, or like the developer's mouthpiece comes around saying, we believe the drop rates are fair and stuff, it's like, what drop rates? Explain them. Show them. Show the math. Because otherwise, when an evidence doesn't exist, it doesn't prove the contrary either. So the moment you're like, oh, it's a 10x rate, it's like, show the rates. Show transparency. Because then there will be a justification for 100 run min. This is guaranteed. So the 100 run min is the bottom line. You run 100 times, you take out that amount of boss, you'll probably eclipse 550. I imagine that's how this is normalized too. And I'm rounding because I don't want to do the... It's probably slightly under 100 because I do see 36 here. That's 12. 12, that means it's 4 a run. Actually, it's below... Wait, no, sorry. That's 12. So 12 per run, that's over 10%, right? I would say, what is that? So if we get 12 a run, you do the math, it's probably like 70, 80 to 90 runs. I don't know how it varies, maybe 2 to 1, 2 to 1 ish per boss. That's absurd. Like, I can't even imagine this amount of content for 100 hours. And this is assuming, again, I'm rounding up slightly higher because it's assuming you're always successful. And it's also assuming it always goes smoothly. When you're pugging and you're waiting and seeing, it varies. One of the run took an hour and a half. The one that I recorded the first time, that took 2.5 hours. So regardless, there are other players and whatnot. you're not expecting everyone to like bolt through for 30 minutes or an hour, and even then having that type of experience is not even it's not complementing the dungeon design. It's complementing how well the person who decided these numbers decided the numbers. So right now we're basically on the heaviest things. If next module comes out and it's more than 100 runs, or roughly more than 100 hours, then that is a barometer for how, in my opinion, the developers negotiate time. Because it's still the bottom line. Even if you introduce like 6 or 7 RNGs, you're normalizing it to the minimum amount of time a player is expected, which is still hundreds. We're still thinking about hundreds. This is on the lower end. This is the earliest possible time, at least in my opinion. The only way someone else would get this before this time is if they're lucky. That's not the same as on average. You don't on average 100 runs. You get lucky with more than 100 or less than 100 runs. That's more than 100 hours. And if there's a counter argument saying, no, we can get a super group together and like blitz through it 30 minutes at a time. This, like the discourse in the Discord that's being expressed, even your power groups, that's still doing the dungeon like 100 times over. And that's not what they're talking about. I'm talking about getting one piece of gear. I'm really satisfied with filling out like one thing and tweaking one thing. We're talking about people who want sets. So now sets, you add a multiplier to that. It's like 300 runs. And then if you're a player who plays multiple characters, at least 3 sets times that. So it's 300 times 3 times 3 for a module that can barely, in my opinion, with all due respect to the content creators, they only have the time and resources to create the content in a certain amount. This is artificial inflation. It's overstepping boundaries, in my opinion. It's greatly overstepping the extent or the value or the proposed value, what they think the value is of their virtual content, right? And that is rough. I think that's the biggest contention point, and we'll see if it changes in the future. This is kind of the summation of my experience. I really enjoyed the location. The environment is not as exciting like on the ground, but I do like the aesthetics they're going for. Obviously, I don't think I've ever said anything critical about what they have to work with, like the people who makes the assets, the music, even the voice acting. Like the voice acting could have been someone just reading off. Like I genuinely think the people who are offering their voices are still giving it all. I don't think there's ever been a slip, like it's gone downhill. The consistency has been. The music is fantastic. In fact, I really enjoy this vibe of this music. So that's fantastic. It kind of makes me want to play The Witcher. So another time, Witcher is going to be back on the calendar very, very in the imminent future. So this is great. This part is great. Largely anything to do with the currency, how they kind of balance transactions by like return on investment, like treating transaction player time like a balancing game, much like the class balancing thing. That is such a hyper focused old school traditional way of looking at live service, for better or for worse. To me personally, it's to a fault. You think of everything as balanced as transactionally, like, oh hey guys, we have this really wonderful gear, but we also have to make it transactionally available to the time it's worth and the accolades it's worth. Like, great. So you're playing a video game like a job. And then you're compromising, you're negotiating what the job is. Like, hey guys, oh, we can't give you this stuff for trying, and we can't give you this stuff because you worked hundreds of hours to do things. It has to be fair to us. We think this gear is worth 200 hours of your time, so we're gonna normalize everything to 200 hours. It's like, hey, we gave you multiple ways to spend that 200 to get the gear, not multiple ways in which you can reduce the amount of time because you're a good player. Is multiple ways of inflating your time to get it. So, for example, you have your pity currency and you're wondering, oh yeah, so the pity currency is a way to guarantee a piece. That's the bottom line. And then when you get other gear, you still have to run that amount of time. It's additional to the 100. So to me, the developers are telling me personally, hey, we think our content is worth 100 hours of your human time. And the 100 hours is you playing 5 to 6 hours of the same content 100 times, like for 100 hours. So that's at least 30 times over, or my math is off. 20 times over, like around 20, 15 to 20 times over. So no, you're not playing 100 hours of content. You're playing 5 to 6 hours of content 20 times as a bare minimum. That to me is not, in my opinion, how live service is going to transactionally check out. There's a difference between spreading out your content to account for many days with the total amount of time reflecting its content. Like, for example, encouraging the players to explore the 15 hours of content across a 2-month period, time gating and stuff. So the player would play 30 minutes until it adds up to 15 hours, which would accomplish the time. That's kind of one of the more live service friendly versions, because they're still spending 15 hours, but it is across attention gathering daily process, right? You're reminding the player, hey, this game exists, so put in 30 minutes a day for 2 months while you work on the next thing. This game is telling you, hey, it's 100 hours. You can do it now or you can do it later, but we want 100 hours. Period. And everything is transactional. So due to how currency is modulated, how currency rates are done, you can still predict that. And what I feel is it's obvious that since they didn't disclose all the math, like the projected math, they are also hiding it specifically. Maybe I'm pushing a little too hard, but generally speaking, when a developer representative says, we believe our drop rate is reflects the math of how much time we have. Okay, then I'll take your word for it. 100 runs. That's absurd. That's disagreeable. If whatever math you think is fair and the player base decides to create anecdotally and in experience collect the math, 100 runs, and they say it's unreasonable, you can't simply come back and say, I think it's reasonable. It's like, well, then it's not. Or you can show the math, right? Demonstrate that it actually comes out to be less than what the player is expecting. You're either telling the player it's okay to a request of them to do hundreds of hours on less than 10 hours of content. I'm stretching, by the way. I'm being quite generous about the 10 hour of content. It's less, and it's getting smaller and smaller, in my opinion, more compressed. I think it's not necessarily because the content creators, the people who create the content of the game, are like not willing to make more content. It's deadlines, investments, budgets, right? The person who's deciding how much that content is worth is, in my opinion, I would argue is not the same person who's making the content, which is kind of a little bit obvious by how much they want to stretch it. Like, hey, I made this dungeon. Like, if I made, for example, I'm thinking, I made this dungeon. Okay, so let's go test this. Okay, it took us about 30 minutes to an hour to run this, but we have seasoned players. They might accomplish it in less time, so we have to make it a little difficult. Let's tweak and balance that. That's the designers, right? The people who make the content. They're gonna make it harder or easier to increase any one run's time or consistency of the run's time. Then you come along and someone's like, hey, here are the rewards. I'm sorry we didn't tell you this, but they're gonna have to run your dungeon 500 times over in order to get the rewards that are in it. And then the person in the dungeon's like, wait, but my dungeon only runs for like an hour long. And you're telling me that now you're going to apply a reward system that requires them to run my 1 hour dungeon 500 times? I wouldn't even want to do that. Now, I'm projecting a hypothetical situation that might not be the truth. I don't work with Cryptic. I don't work with anyone else who like has communication with them. My thinking is that I genuinely find it very difficult to believe that the person who designed the dungeon, knowing what they know about the design that the dungeons that they have and the data and feedback that they get from the player base, would translate to, oh yeah, let's go make the player base run my dungeon 300 times over and not have that as a sour point. That is the tough one. Like, I have a habit of giving the developer the benefit of the doubt that because they made the dungeon, they are fully aware of how entertaining it is, or at least they try to be realistic about how often a human, a person who likes to play video games, who also likes to develop games, would consider the weight, the realistic weight and the playtime of their content. Like, I write, for example, if I wrote a book, which I have written some stuff, right? If I wrote a 200-page book, right? And I give out and ask people, oh, how long did it take you to read the book and any other feedback? And everyone's like, oh yeah, I read your book. It took me about 30 minutes. And you collect data. It's about 30 minutes. My first thought is like, oh man, how am I going to squeeze my 30-minute book on average to be 3,000 hours? That is how I feel about whoever's doing the transactional business side of things. It's all constantly balancing out. Like, hey, we don't want to decrease to show that we care about and value the time of our player base, whatever remains of it, right? And the loyalists and whatnot, and new players. We want to show them that how much of their hour is worth our game. That is kind of how I feel about the transaction right now. Like, they present methods and an acquisition on a time basis. So when they release a module, it's like, okay guys, to earn our stuff that we're not giving you, to earn it, because you want to feel rewarded for your hard work, right? 100 hours minimum. And it keeps going up. Like, next time, if they the next module, they're gonna release, I don't know, new celestial gear, or heck, like super rare, limited, special, one-time gear, and then they're gonna put a price on it, and you have to bid for that price. As in, if the player base, if there's enough good actors for them in their interest to get that gear, it's gonna tell them it's okay. We can keep pushing. We can keep pushing harder. Like this module, there's still gonna be players who do the 400 to 500 runs to get the gear, and that would be the okay signal for whoever's determining the bottom line. Like, okay, so they're okay with 100 runs. Let's do 150 runs next time. 200 runs, 300 runs. Okay, let's come up with a clever way to make it seem like we're being more generous by stacking on more RNG so that it's harder and harder to do the math to seeing how long it actually takes to get to the point that they want. That to me is predatorial. And no, I'm not talking about the dungeon players, like the people who make the dungeon, the people who do the voice acting. Like, imagine telling a voice actor, hey, can you speak enough lines so that it could accommodate 1,000 hours of runs through the same dungeon? The voice actor would be, okay, so how much do you think my time is worth? How many lines are you going to pay me for? Right? That, of course, that's not happening on the Cryptic side of things. I'm talking about the gamer side of things. It's like a labor to enjoy what they say is generous. Like, the developer is like, oh, hey, we're bringing something really exciting to the game. Like, we got new power-ups, we got new celestial gear. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, it costs 200 hours of your time. We think it's worth 200 hours of your time. We think it's fair that our projection of you is that this gear that you want, you're worth 200 hours for this gear. Not the other way around. It rarely ever feels like, oh, hey, you guys did so well. Here's something for doing so well. It's not a reward. It's a payment. That's kind of how it feels to play this game right now. P5X, I can't tell you how often I simply just wait. Like, P5X anniversary is around it's less than 8 days now, 8 and 9 days from it. I can't wait to see what they're giving me. Like, what I look forward to. And that's what I look forward to do these recordings. I look forward to playing the campaign. I look forward to playing the dungeon, the things that they made, so I can talk about them and share with them, and then maybe someone who's interested in investing in the developers, right? The developers who are developing the content. And again, I could have this entirely incorrect, and the person who's making the dungeon is also the person who's putting a value tag on their thing, but the gear reward and the progression stuff, that is a currency right now. It is what makes this feel like a business transaction. Your payment is your time to get that gear, and it's not a reward for doing well. It's not a reward for enjoying the content. It's not a thanks, I'm glad you had fun with my content. Is, hey, did you play it long enough so that you can get this thing? It's not, did you enjoy our dungeon? Here's some gear as a look forward to participating in the dungeon. It's more like, have you done our dungeon enough to meet the minimum requirements to pay for the gear? That is the discussion we're having now. And it's tough to overlook that. It's so difficult to feel like, oh, hey, look at all the gear they listed. Can we get a timetable of how much time you're expected? So, like, next module, here's a really hot take. I would be incredibly surprised. The next time they release module 34 or 35.5, and dear me, if they bring back Slaughterhouse for 33.5, I would love to see their table. And they would say, here's all the gear, here's all the fancy gear, where to find it, and the last column, the last two columns, all the probabilities of the different sources, drop rates, so that the player base can calculate, keep the developers honest, keep the currency developer, the one that keeps deciding how much reward, how much time, that developer, keep that developer accountable for how much they think is a fair time. Because if they say, 100 hours is a fair time and the math checks out, then there is negotiating available. You can then say, oh, this developer knows what they're doing, but now I disagree with the amount of time. It's different for the conversation right now because there's no transparency on that. The player base is like, oh, it took me 100 hours. Oh, it took me 150. It took me 200. Or this is my projected, but I'm not going to do it. Like, I can't complain, technically. Like, this is not a complaint. I'm only going to put in the amount of time that I think it's worth, and I don't have evidence to prove what I'm saying from the Discord. I didn't play 300 hours to prove that it took me 300 hours to get all the gear. I'm not doing that. Period. I'm celebrating that there is content that's worth less than 10 hours because it took me less than 10 hours to experience it. So, does that mean it's poor in value? No. I think playing this game for 10 hours to complete, listen, enjoy the thing is the highest value proposition. So, streaming for 5 weeks instead of 10 weeks is the highest proposition that I have to cover all the things I like about Neverwinter. It is the highest value. Completing the campaign, the story parts, the milestone parts, completing the dungeon, and that's it for me. Like, the gear, even the, like, I mean, eventually we'll complete this campaign. The gear at the end, again, I said was probably the highest value per unit time. Even that's not attractive. Like, that's not attractive. I can live without this. So I could stop right here, experience the story, and I'm done. That's how I feel about the highest value of Neverwinter. So the people who are making milestone from the first 4 milestones, the voice acting, the dungeon or trial, if you do trials are a moot point to me as well because of player base problems. That is where the highest value per time is. So it's the most valuable. The 10 hours, I'm gonna say 10 hours roughly. We're gonna nice round number. It's actually less, but let's say the 10 hours. That is the highest quality volume valued. Highest quality that can be had. All this other time, the rest of it, like the 990 hours or so, or maybe like if you're super lucky, 390 extra hours, all of that are so much diminished return that I think I sound pretty tame. Like right now, I am probably fairly tame compared to those who actually spent that time. Like those who actually spent 300 or 400 hours and found out that that's what they think is fair. You know, they write it on the Discord and then the developers come back and say, well, we think it's fair because it's better than the last time we did. And then the player would come back and say, it's worse than the last time we did it. It's worse. And then the developer, no, trust us. We know it's the math. Show the math. So next module, the 33.5, Slaughterhouse version 3, all the percentages if you want, or I think even higher than that. That person, again, it could be the dungeon designer and whatnot, sure. That person who had decided what the minimum amount of targeted playtime is by looking at the transactional ways of getting what player wants, right? Because they're thinking about this. It's their responsibility. Have them tell the community manager to communicate on a visual, like a literal thing to hold them accountable. How much time do they think each piece of gear or across the gear to get is a reasonable amount of time they projected based on their design? And if they hit that design, then there's no counter argument. There's either we think it's too long, you know, like the player thinks it's too long, or it's too short, or it's just right. Because other than that, there's no accountability. There's simply like hearsay, varied experiences, and then a constant. every single new module in the last like 5 or 6 modules, there's a new way to obfuscate, like to make it more complicated to find out where all that time goes. Like what happened? It's been 400 hours. I don't know where all that time gone. They told me that there was a lot of exciting gear, and there's new ways to get things, but somehow it still ends up being more time than they originally than the last module. Where did it go? That to me is incredibly, arguably, professionally disrespectful. Like, you think that you are pulling a fast one by trying to add more and more RNG, layer the RNG, segregate currencies, and like just keep stacking more and more multiple like interactions between where loot is coming from, so that one day you have a bunch of players who say, oh, I can't be bothered to do the math, and then you can crank as much of the time as you want, and then any new module you continue to create new ways to make it harder to calculate, or new ways so that you simply keep challenging the player base to figure out how much time it takes. Case in point, every single module, in my opinion, this discussion occurs repeatedly. It's not like it's going to go away, and I think it's incredibly disrespectful to both the person who's developing the content and the players who's playing the content, and in fact, the people who invest in the game. Like, I'm not even talking about time playing, I'm talking about monetary, because you have games like gacha games where they have to calculate the investment money, like the players that spend money also has to be accounted for on what the bottom line is, like retaining the value of the investment. That is a whole different can of worms. Right now there's like a whole discussion about, why do you guys keep retroactive, like why does the developer, like I'm reading, like paraphrasing some of the comments, why do you keep retroactively changing things that have value attached to them that people purchased? So retroactively changing something and altering that value and saying sorry and then that's it, is like, that's a depiction of how such low standards of the player base, both paying and not paying. Obviously I have less to lose here because I'm only going to invest in the highest quality of Neverwinter. And I'd say if they changed, like for example, if you change this to a 4-week, just a 4-week thing, that's not going to stop players from running the dungeon like over and over again. Those players that want to run the dungeon over and over again, they're going to. But if you change all these rewards and made it into a 4-week campaign, that is being more generous. That is increasing the value of the player's time. Not some, in my opinion, some really wicked or maybe honest mistake. I don't know. Like I like to believe that there isn't someone who's so malicious and hyper-focused that they think they are being very clever by trying to extend things deliberately, and then whenever they advertise new gear, it's another excuse to create another layer of extended permutation to make themselves feel like their content is more valuable. And again, this is assuming that the developer who's deciding on how to space these out is the same people that are making the content that distributes this stuff. I am arguing that they're two separate people, at least 3 or like 2 separate groups even. So these people think that, in my opinion, these people make it sound like the people who make the content is overselling the value of their content. which can be unfortunate because I think it's a lose-lose situation. You have players that think that the person who makes content is saying their content is worth this much, when the person who's making the decision of how much the content is worth isn't even designing the content. That's like, if I had to take an analogy, you have like an artist who composed a song, right? And then someone else, their manager, says like, oh, I think your song is worth 100,000 tickets. Let's go pre-order 100,000 tickets. And then find out that they only managed to sell 50,000 tickets, and now everything else is a lose-lose. The fans, the people who buy in, is a lose-lose, and the person who made the song loses as well. That's kind of how I feel about it, because what happens is the dungeon gets overrun, and all you can say now about the dungeon is it's boring, it's frustrating. Everyone has done it so many times that you can pick out all the bad things about the dungeon, constantly whine and complain. Admittedly, justifiably complain about how they can pick out all the erroneous problems, the arguably trivial problems, or any of the nuance of the dungeon because they had to run it like 200 times. So what happens then is you get exhaustion, burnout, consistent burnout over and over again, and the next module comes out and it's the same. In my opinion, it's a very similar carrot on the stick situation. Hey guys, we're gonna replace your gear with an even higher tier gear now. Oh, and the baseline cost for that, since it's super rare, it's even better. 400 hours. Tell you know, like they're gonna keep doing it. It's like, tell us when we have gone too far. Would you spend 500 hours to get the super celestial gear set? Would you spend 1,000 hours to get a super limited edition one-time only title? That is a bidding war. It's a bidding war, in my opinion, that haven't been there since hardcore Vault of the Stars. That was a 6-month period on like spread out on average of 3 hours a day, and I never saw the loot. That was the last time. It was multiple years ago, like a couple years ago, maybe 5 years ago. Not again, because that's a bidding war. You don't bid against a developer who thinks they can be acceptably saying, I think it's fair. So you're either gonna like it or you don't, right? I take my money and I go somewhere else. So that's kind of, and money being like not literal money, but time, the value of time. So this is gonna be the last, right? This is my like prologue or preface into the last one. I don't expect to get a run in because it's after midnight local time. So maybe there's a chance I can find the rare Jotun-Scar group or something like that. We're gonna go through our weekly hauls, listen to the rest of how they explain Jotun-Scar, like how you get into Jotun-Scar and whatnot. And that's kind of my like end to this. I'll be back for the next module, right? Not 33.5 probably, because the last 32.5 or 31.5 and 32.5 was I can't even, there's no words to talk about how they're not full modules. So you can make an excuse like, oh, they're just half modules and experimental. Experimentally there was no conceptual improvement, in my opinion, like very rare conceptual improvement. That doesn't tell me that the philosophy behind the motivation behind the design is, the ideas are great. Again, same story. The monetization of your time is not. It feels like it's consistently the same group of people, which admittedly is Cryptic still, right? Decide on how much the content is worth in time. and how much, like, I often talk about this before. If you are generous with your content, the difference in the quality is reflected in the money that you gain, in my opinion. So like when someone says, oh yeah, this game is worth, oh, this content is worth $40 or like 40 hours, but the developer ended up saying, hey guys, you only have to play this game for like 6 hours. Oh, if you play for more, that's great. I'm glad to hear that you found like this this content, you squeezed 40 hours of it. We only wanted you to play for 88 hours. Where does that money go? That other 32 hours. Those people who think that they're getting more than their money's worth, they are more likely to invest live service for the long haul, right? This is not that. This is more like, hey, can you talk down the hours, please? Because I don't want to do this. I already did it. Now you're gonna gatekeep gear and gatekeep using time and any other valid excuse you have by saying you're more generous. Like, it's not a bidding war for how much you can squeeze time, it's how much you can get a player to feel that it's worth way more than the time you ask, because they are more willing to say, oh man, this game, I got hundreds of hours of good times with this game, but it only takes like 30 minutes to enjoy the game, and somehow I squeezed 400 hours. Thank you, developers. Here's another 300 hours worth of money because I think this game is worth way more than the money they think their content is worth. Neverwinter is more like content first. They dictate how much money, quote unquote money, time, it's worth. And they do it literally with their currency. Like, this module, how much is this module worth? 100 runs, 100 hours. Now, will a player meet the 100 hours? For myself, I'm not going to come close. Not even close. Even with streaming combined, like covering the streams and talking about the good parts, the parts that are more indirectly, unintentionally panders to me, like the actual campaign and stuff, 10 hours. And anything past 10 hours would mean that I'm paying for it, as in it's inflation. So if I manage to get 40 hours and I know that it takes 10 hours to do everything, then I'm willing to pay for that extra time because it's worth way more than its literal time value. This is not the case. Like 10 hours max for me, and it's not even a close competition. 10 hours is so far away from 100 hours. It feels like I'm paying to play the game, not in currency, but in time. So to me, it's an easy choice. Do I run the dungeon 100 hours to get a piece of gear? No, absolutely not. Do I talk about it and have fun doing what I want to do, like right now, do like commentary, talk about the discourse, read the Discord channel and stuff? That is hours that are spent to my purpose. So I believe in that. So once this stream is over, that's how much time I invested in a module. My time is proportional, usually representative to the proportional of what I think it's worth to me. And there are games that I play that they don't even ask me to do that, and I would throw money at them. If they say, hey, here's something, let's throw money at them. Because they don't dictate how much you have to pay to be successful in a game. They ask you to determine the value of their content, and usually because they're asking the player to determine the value of the content, the developers often go above and beyond. And when they go above and beyond, it's a no contest. You can tell, like, dude, you don't have to do this for us. Like, this is free content. I can't believe this is free. I had like 30 hours of incredible fun. And then, the developer comes out and say, oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I mean, we thought you might get like 3 or 4 hours out of it, maybe. And then we'll try hard and continue to provide. But definitely, if you're enjoying so much, feel free to support us, right? Feel free. Here's some extra stuff. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to pay your actual livelihood and time for it. It's extra. I hope you like the extra stuff. That is kind of like wild experience if your only game you're playing is Neverwinter. Like, this is the duality that I have. Whenever I log in and I cover a P5X update, it's like, yo, guys, anniversary is right on the corner. It's gonna be 7 days from now. I can't wait because we're just gonna crunch out like 10 hours, even though it's really unhealthy. In fact, the developer often said like, hey guys, you should space out some of this. I know we're not time gating any of this stuff, but you should really space out and take it easy and spread out the content. No, someone like me, I'm crunching through, like, hey, let me sing some praises for this developer. They allowed me the choice of deciding a lower limit to my time investment, and yet I still play it nonstop. Like, I love logging in and collecting the loot and whatnot and progressively expanding my roster. This game, no. You have to earn your satisfaction. It's so weird. And again, I have transitioned to a more contemporary satisfaction with live service games. This, again, to a fault, is more of the old traditional way. You earn your satisfaction. You have to earn your performance records. You earn your loot to feel satisfied. And that is in itself its own reward, right? So you work for your rewards. You work to be lucky, ? And that kind of thing, right? I play a gacha game, so let's just say work to be lucky is a thing, right? This game, loot boxes, I suppose, the basic routine to feel rewarded for wanting to play a game and enjoy and support the developer is a payment process. Like, oh, hey, they're releasing a new module. How much time am I gonna use? Am I gonna have to use to get what I want? Not how much time am I gonna sink in this game because I just want to. That's what I mean by the difference between a successful live service game, at least right now, versus an old school game that totally wants to be a subscription based game still. Like, totally still want to be Final Fantasy 14 and World of Warcraft. Like that, the commitment's already made. You subscribe and the player is gonna say, oh, how much more time am I gonna squeeze out of my $30 subscription, right? Like, I'm gonna subscribe to Netflix for 1 month for $11. How much more value can I squeeze out past that $11? That's the subscription model. The idea that you're trying to gain more value from a contributed value. Like when you buy your hammer, right? You buy a really fancy hammer for $40. You're like, huh, is this hammer really worth $40? We'll find out. Oh, I'm gonna run this hammer for all of its worth, and hopefully I get more. And if they get more, they're going to buy another hammer from that creator, from that seller, right? You buy a mouse, right, for $40, and you're like, oh dude, I got like 300 hours out of this mouse, and it isn't even supposed to last that long. I'm definitely going to buy another mouse by this manufacturer. That's product loyalty. That's how World of Warcraft, in my opinion, and Final Fantasy is. You're buying a subscription because you believe in supporting the content as it's rolling, and you're constantly getting a value that's obligated. This is not. Live service is you put your worth out and you see how the player responds to its worth. This is not it anymore, at least in my opinion. Neverwinter is constantly the PR about Cryptic and how they post their updates and stuff. It's always avoiding the obvious elephant in the room. Here's all our cool loot. 200 hours. We're aiming for a budget of 200 hours. So if they place, I'm genuinely curious. If they wrote, we designed this game so that this module will take about an average of 100 hours. We tested it with players or themselves. It's going to take 100 hours for the average player to get this set of gear right on the front page. Like right 100 hours of fun, quote unquote, 100 hours of fun. Are you in it? Then, in my opinion, I want to know how many people would play the module anyways. I would still play the module for sure. When someone says, when they say, oh, this will take 100 hours to get a new set, it's still irrelevant to me. I will still play the module for the story and stuff. The question is, how would it change the arguments that other people who are spending hundreds of hours are confirming if that's their entry price, right? So another way to say it is they don't have to say 100 hours. They can place all the probabilities of all the loots and let the player decide, yeah, I'm definitely going for it. So there's no complaint anymore, at least in my opinion. They could negotiate saying, hey, 100 hours seems a lot for this. Can we like lower it down to 80 hours next time? I'm totally willing to do 80 hours. Tell us the math, go for it, and then negotiate that. But right now, it's more like, hey, 100 hours, you don't know where it's going to come from, you don't know where it's going to happen, and then some players are like, oh, okay, it's roughly 100 hours, and then they find out that it took them 400 hours, and now they're just ticked off, right? Here on Discord, it's like, dude, this is absurd. This took 400 hours. So it's lose-lose when you are not transparent about what you want. At least in my opinion, I would be definitely far more respectful when a developer doesn't obfuscate and say, I think we have a fair drop rate. Tell us the probabilities and tell how much time you think with this probability it's going to happen. And if it is exactly what you predict, then yes, you were being fair. The player themselves don't think it's fair. So now you can negotiate, right? It sounds like a union. It sounds like a union argument or something like that. It's because that's kind of the nature of Cryptic. Cryptic proposes things based on a payment system. It's like expecting the player to be subscribed to the game already. Like they release a module and they release all their reward system based on how much they think it's worth. So how much is their module worth? 3 months, right? Because to the next module. So they will organize bottom line, bottleneck, overlay all their probabilities in order to not have a lull period between now and the next module. 3 months. I would say roughly 3 months. I mean, they're doing these half modules, so call it a month and a half, or the length of this battle pass. So it's about a month and a half before the end of this battle pass. That will be the next half module or something. So how do we organize our currency and our dungeon and our content? Not how we design our content. I think it's a separate group of people. The person's like, how do we negotiate so that we get on average 2 hours a day times 85 days, right? That's about 170 hours round up. So now we have roughly 200 to 300 hours. That, in my opinion, is how they're barometering their cost. The module is worth 1 to 2 hours a day for 2 months because that's the time that they want to stretch out. And I'm not saying that the other companies aren't doing that, right? They are clearly doing that too. They're like, oh, we have a patch every 2 weeks. How do we keep the player engaged during our second week and our first week and keep them going? The thing is, it's very obviously clear for those games, at least the games I'm playing. They're like, hey guys, 10 minutes, literally have timers. This is when the timer is going to happen. This is the unit of measure. What do you think? And then they would adjust over time. Like when they have an overbarometer saying, oh, okay, this is costing too much time, they lower it and increase it. Cryptic just keeps going higher. Like the last couple modules, it just keeps getting higher. And it gets more and more convoluted and more confusing, as though whoever's doing the reward system is the one trying to say, hey, look at how clever I am. I can add more and more RNG and we can up gear by like 5% and lock behind certain gear and certain trade routes and certain upgrade routes in order to make it harder and harder for them to determine, like, we have an excuse now to increase time. Right? Wait till they add a new gear set. When they add a new gear set, it's an excuse to increase time, which is absurd because time is still the same value. Like, it's still the same value. So if you're replacing gear, it should be either the same value or less, not more value. That's kind of where the diminished return comes from. Like, oh, this gear is better than our last set of gear, so now we expect more time from you. Like, no, you expect the same time because it's replacing the existing gear. If at all, to be more generous and to increase the amount of value time is to decrease the amount of time because you're replacing the gear. It's not horizontal investments. You're not like keeping the value of the original gear. You're replacing it. So that time shouldn't go up. Even if the value, the tier of the gear goes up. That's my biggest leap of irrational cognitive dissonance that I think Cryptic has. Where you think the rarity of a gear is equivalent to the amount of time a player used to acquire it. That is absolutely an incredibly fallacious logic, because the gear is replacing something that already exists. That means the time and value stays the same, if not less, in order to increase the value, the perceived value of a player's time. You are replacing gear, not increasing the haul of a player. That gear is literally the previous gear has a value, and this new gear is replacing that gear on top. So that means that whole time is going to still be the lowest bottom line the player is going to get. So when a player says, I'm really happy the last time it took 50 hours to get the BIS set. Now I have to replace this BIS set in the next module because they advertise how cool their gear is. 50 hours would be a fair amount of time, not 100 hours because the gear is better. Better than what? Are you talking about a cross-sectional way? No, a longitudinal way means that the value stays the same because it's the gear they're going to be using. The previous gear no longer exists in their mind. This is a replacement. It's kind of like saying, oh, hey, you have a coffee maker. That's a cool coffee maker. Now, here's our new coffee maker. It costs us more money to make this coffee maker, and this coffee maker does more things. And we want you to buy this coffee maker to replace your current coffee maker. That means whatever value this coffee maker has to exceed the value of the coffee maker that that person already has and uses. That means that whatever this value is, it has to match the coffee maker and then some to be an attractive purchase. In video game sense, that means the new model, in order to increase the value, perceived value of these things for time played, is to decrease the amount of time it takes to acquire this, because the value of the time is equivalent to the failure to horizontally invest. You're vertically investing. That's like buying, selling back, buying, selling back in a diminished return. It's not even equal anymore. Like, hey, okay, so I guess I will buy your new coffee maker for 3 times the price because it costs you more to make it, and you said it's more expensive, and okay, I'll buy for 3 times the amount, and I'm going to sell you my old coffee maker for half the value. Not the full value of the old coffee maker, because you already used it. Your gear is already used. That's power creep, by the way. When something is being used and it gets resold back, figuratively, for half the price. That's diminished return. You're constantly replacing something you already have with features that you may or may not even want. This, you get replaced with features that you may or may not even see. You may or may not even get. That is so absurd. That's such, in my opinion, for a lack of a... It's a pretty aggressive... That's such a crooked way of squeezing playtime. It's either going to stay the same because it's fair. Like, if it takes 50 hours to get the BIS, and the vast majority of player base is like, yes, 50 hours. That's awesome. I have enough time to play in my life for 2 months for 50 hours. That's a fair price. And then you release a new set of gear and say, hey, this is going to replace all of your existing gear. 50 hours. 50 hours. And if you want to be generous, make it 49 hours. Because 49 hours mean that the value of the BIS per time went up. As in, they're getting more. And we're not going to even talk about the actual dungeon content or like the actual content itself, because the content itself is on a different metric. It's not even in the same ballpark as the actual payment. Again, it's like less than 10 hours to experience the content. So we're not making an argument about what the lowest amount of time you're using. We're making an argument about what the average time it takes. So if this is worth 50% inflation time of, like, you have to log in and do a weekly haul twice the length just to get this, all of this is diminished return with respect to the content, because you're not experiencing new content here. There's not new content here. No new content. When you, instead of spending 10 hours playing this game, and you're spending 300 hours, the other 290 hours is not content dependent, because the content is already exhausted. It is a repetition of that content. That is diminished return. Now, if a player says, oh yeah, 300 hours, solid. Everyone loves 300 hours. And then you come out with a new gear set. It's like, oh, this is even better. And they're asking 600 hours. That is asinine. That is stating that, oh, now your time is worth less to us. Like, the developer is saying, hey, guess what? You think 300 hours was worth your time? Our new gear set is worth 600 hours, but we're not going to change anything. We're just simply going to release new gear, and now we're expecting you to pay 600 hours for the same thing that you were really satisfied with for 300 hours. That, to me, is contextualizing what's going on right now. It keeps going up. The payment, just because this gear is more conceived rarer, the value of its time went up. like celestial dust. Same thing with rings, right? Rings here, where you the pants, the rings, how to upgrade. It is an extra step, and that is an obfuscation. It's a clever way to make it look like, oh, these are rarer, so your time is worth less. So what took 300 hours, or maybe less, and let's just say what took 100 hours in Soul Harvest and stuff to get this gear, because this is a new tier rarity, the time is the inflation, not the content. Like, we're not talking about the content just magically at hour 100, there's new content. The boss just does something crazy and does something new. No, it's not scaling to content. It's scaling to a fake, an inflation of math. You are repeating something more often. So if someone is making an argument for content, it's not, it's independent of content. This is a maths game, right? A math related game. You think getting BIS for 50 hours was reasonable. Now to get BIS as a state is over 150 hours because someone thought increasing the value of this somehow increases the value, perceived value of your content versus player time. And I'll probably leave it at that. I think that is the core of what is creating the biggest amount of discourse. The idea that Cryptic keeps thinking that vertical investment is the same as horizontal investment. So when a tier is higher, despite replacing existing gear, they think it's worth more of your time. That means player time is worth increasingly less valuable over time. Despite only having one gear, the gear is still going to replace the existing gear. So they already set a time. Increasing that means the value goes down, period. 50 hours to get BIS, now it's 100 plus hours to get BIS. Value went down by double. So next module, if they say we're gonna release a replacement, a same replacement again, and because it's a replacement and it's stronger by nature and increase it by another 2x, that's ridiculous. That's so psychologically profoundly misguided, in my opinion. Especially from a logistic standpoint, like a logical standpoint. Alright, anyways. I've spoken more at length about the interesting ways they do currency and whatnot than actually playing the content that's available, because I don't think the content that's available is justifiable and unfortunately a disservice to those who make the content. Because in my opinion, I would say 90% of the time, maybe that's a little high, maybe more than 50% of the time, 1 out of 2 players are going to leave a module exhausted and having sour, burnt out impressions of the limited content because someone thought it was a great idea to impose a minimum payment for bootstrapping through the content. That's like that feeling when someone says, oh, this is just a fluff for game time. Cryptic is deciding how far you can push that. Alright. Anyways, let's go and look at the whatever's left of the main storyline.
We've a task for you. Lackbrack the Destroyer? How did he get into all of this? I know he might have something to do with the return of the trolls and the ogres, but what about everything else? What does he have to do with these nightmares, with these aberrations? Oh, this is deeper than we thought. At least we know that this is the source of something. We're going to need more help.
So, this is for completing Jotun Scar, I think. So if it ends here, that means the 4th week doesn't even exist. So we'll see. So let's look around and prove my point. It doesn't even exist. So now here's my personal investment, right? So they didn't even write anything for two of the milestones now. So not only are they so compressed, and this is with all due respect to the people who are writing and voice acting, they're the old times, like before, there was an intro, right? An intro, and milestone 1 had something, milestone 2 had something, milestone has 3 something, and 4 led up to the dungeon. Now this current one, there's an intro, nothing in milestone 1 because that's a buy, and then something on milestone 2, something in milestone 3, and nothing in milestone 4. So that's nearly a half reduction. There's 1, 2, 3 out of 5 weeks that I'm willing to cover, right? Now, because of this, I'm expecting that I'm only going to do 4 weeks next module, because if this milestone, right, if this milestone ends on the dungeon, that means that there's nothing else after. It's usually not after. Only until I have been proven, if I can confirm that there's more things, I'm probably not going to do past 4 weeks. That's kind of what's so incredibly disappointing here. There's even less than it usually is. So that's what I mean by what I feel like. It's someone is deciding to stretch the content out to greater lengths by having less content. So at this point, the first 5 weeks is far lower in its value of my time personally. And my time is, I'm not going to say it's very valuable or not. The idea is I'm comparing it to previous modules. So this isn't me talking about what my value is, like what my value is on my job or something. We're not comparing apples and oranges. The Soul Harvest ones had more content in the first 4 milestones, you know, the intro and the first 4 milestones, than the Biting Cold. The Biting Cold has a little over half of that, and not even that. I would argue it's probably less than half, because this is the Biting Cold's map, and the amount of things that you do on this map is compact, is incredibly compact and tiny. I almost feel like whoever did the Soul Harvest thing, you know, the dual Soul Harvest thing, that was like their big exit strategy, and then the Biting Cold is an afterthought. So if this is the current trajectory, less is more. I'll do less so I don't have to do more in the sense of compensating for it, right? So that's my personal take. It's rough, it's kind of disappointing. I still really like what is there. Like, I want to keep in mind that if this game was completely free of gear, dear me, that sounds like apocalyptic for other people. For myself, if simply completing the campaign gives me the gear, and then my incentive is to keep playing the campaign and keep playing the dungeon out of my own volition, I would still do that. Personally, because I'm the bottom line. I'm the lowest line. I like to play dungeons because I like completing content. I'm not the one who gets a kick out of being rewarded for playing the content enough. Like, I'm not here to play the content enough to get it, to like feel rewarded. I play enough. I play to the point I'm satisfied. So it's a take it or leave it, which is what I'm treating this as. So when someone asks me, then do you wish the developers to change their bottom line? No. It's not for me to decide. I'm not here. I'm not their bottom line. I'm well outside of the range of their priorities. They do not prioritize content. They prioritize strategy. They prioritize reward, as in like goal-oriented reward. Are you good enough to earn this reward? Are you strong enough? Do you play long enough? I don't, right? Does it mean I can't? At this rate, what I can't do doesn't prove I can't do it. And I'm not going to engage in that fallacious argument where if something that doesn't happen, like if someone comes at me and say something like, well, you can't because you never played you never completed master's level dungeon, so you wouldn't understand. You can't possibly do it. When something doesn't happen, it doesn't prove the contrary, right? I've engaged in this so often online, this discussion. When someone doesn't do something, it doesn't mean they can't. Until they try and fail, you might have a stronger argument to asking their can't. That's a logical fallacy. Kind of like if no one's around in a forest and a tree falls down, does it make a sound? Since no one can confirm the tree didn't make a sound, it's not evidence that the tree didn't make a sound or made a sound. It's neither. A null negative statement. So for me, they don't have to change the way they're doing things. I'm not upset because I'm not going to try. I'm not here to prove that I'm going to get a great satisfaction or a kick out of doing hundreds of hours and getting this temporarily, only to do it again in the next module. I hope I don't have to do that. If I do, if that's the only thing that's offered, they scrap all of this. They scrap campaigns, they scrap music, they scrap making dungeon. They simply say, oh, we're going to release all the old content, re-release all the content, remaster all the old content, and add and attach new gear for it. I'm out. That's it. Like, I don't have any more incentive. I'm not here to prove to anyone, nor complain about forcing the developers to do anything about it. My commentary is my personal thoughts that I play other games for. And then for this game, I like to talk about what other people are arguing about, because that's the most interesting thing about Neverwinter. It's trying to do something that may or may not work. It hasn't worked yet. Again, that's not saying it's not going to work, right? When something doesn't work yet, it's not a confirmation. It's not evidence to prove that it won't work. It's evidence to suggest it might not work. Like, more evidence can converge on the idea that it is a foregone conclusion. It's never actual evidence for it's not going to work. So I'm not saying whatever they're doing now is not going to work. And I'm not saying that the game is going to die tomorrow. I don't actually know. Or this is the last module they'll ever do. And the next module, I'll be even more upset. I don't know that. The thing is, what I'm doing is definitely a lot less. And it is reflective. I'm adjusting to it. I genuinely, for myself, if they move this gearbox to milestone 4, that's an increase in the value of my time. And I'm looking at this set of gear things. It's still going to be not BIS. Like, the BIS, people can continue to bootstrap through their dungeon. In fact, I don't even think they need any of this. Like, all these extra weeks. It's irrelevant. They're going to do it for BIS if they're going to do it for BIS. I think what this does is the other dialogue that's happening right now. It is a gigantic iceberg of a wall against new players. and returning players. This is not going to change the BIS seekers. The BIS seekers are already trying to negotiate their bottom line. Like, is 100 runs too long? Is 200 long? Is 200 runs too long? Is 300 runs too long? The new players and returning players are arguing, is this too long? Which is nowhere in the neighborhood of BIS. You have bimodal distribution, 200, like hundreds of hours, tens of hours. I'm on the tens of hours. In fact, I'm on the like less than 10 hours, like 1 to 10 hour bracket. And that's it. And then we move on and see if that improves. So technically, I would say Cryptic can still address both of the groups, because they're so far segregated that they're often not arguing about the same thing. Typically, like, their complaints they don't technically overlap most of the time, the complaints. Gatekeeping, legacy campaigns, truncating and expediting the streamlining of catching up, that's separate from, hey, 100 runs and 200 runs is too long to get the BIS of my gear, so I can only to change it back, only to substitute it just in time for the next set of gear. Those are very separate things. So constantly the Discord is filled with two very bimodal issues. My bimodal issue is that if this only had 4 milestones, it would barely even minimally increase the value of my time. And a new player and a returning player would barely feel the loss of a 10-week campaign for a 5-week campaign or a 4-week campaign. For everything. Like, retroactively change every single one of these into a 5-week campaign or a 4-week campaign just with the 4 milestones and cut out the rest. Or make it a 4-week campaign and make all the story things detached from the milestone. So then you can do whatever you want, and it increases the value of their time. It increases the value, the perceived value of a new player and a returning player, because with each passing time, they are completing something and getting something that is now practically superficial to the other group, the BIS group. The BIS group, you can still continue to negotiate how much time, like 100 runs. Okay, so next time they're going to say, all right, we heard you guys. 100 runs is too much. Let's reduce it down to 80. You can still do the negotiation with the BIS groups, the people, the normal players, like a lot of times the elite players and the people who complete content at the highest level, they keep referring to themselves as a normal player. I technically agree with population distribution. The majority of the player base in Neverwinter are probably the group that are the normal group, the group that completes for BIS, like BIS hunting, right? So the min-maxing BIS hunting group can be negotiating what their cap is on their celestial gear. I don't see any of this. Like, I know this is celestial gear as well. It's not the same as the master's gear. So I don't see the master's gear, so I'm not negotiating that. It's irrelevant to me. If they erased it, it wouldn't matter to me, right? So what I'm going to throw in here is this. 4-week campaigns. If you're only going to bother writing 3.5 milestones, the campaign is 3 weeks. It's 3 weeks. Having to do this and it's spreading out your heroic encounters to spread that stuff, that's currency. That is currency obfuscated by layers and layers of multiple currency to make it feel like, hey guys, look at how clever we are. In my opinion, we can make a bunch of currency so that you can't really figure out how much time you're actually spending, right? All of these things, you could make all of this into one milestone. You click on it and you get everything, and I would still think everyone will still run for BIS, because you're still gonna run for the BIS if you're the BIS class, and anyone else will feel like their time was elevated. The new players will feel like, oh dang, I just completed one milestone, I'm gonna go to the next milestone. I click on this button and I get all of this stuff because they value my time. Then it gets them closer to saying, okay, well, now I definitely want to go to BIS. So they take the plunge for BIS, and that goes from 10 hours to hundreds of hours. They can make that plunge. Right now, though, Cryptic is in this weird thing where they try to bridge the thing. Like, how do we get 10 hours closer to 100 hours? And that's what sucks about campaigns. Because, alright, well, 10 weeks, let's stretch it out to 10 weeks so that the people who are obligated to do 10 hours, or they think there's 10 hours, let's stretch it to like 50 hours so it gets closer to 100. So then they'll feel normal, that they'll understand how little their time is valued, so that they can get more accessible in saying, oh yeah, well, I've already spent 50 hours doing this campaign because it's artificially stretched. What's another 50 to 100, oh no, to 200 hours to get to the next best thing? Carrot on the stick. It's a constant, really unattractive, suspicious looking carrot on a stick. And that's crazy. So anyways, that's how I feel, because there wasn't even a milestone 4. Literally no milestone 4. It's just the intro, milestone 2, and milestone 3, and that's it. So they made it so that it looks like there were more milestones, but there weren't more milestones. At least in my opinion. Milestones of content. What is this? I have no idea. It looks kind of neat. Anyways, so now since there's no milestones, let's just try to fill this out as much as I can. So I'll do the weekly haul here. I don't even think I'm gonna do the weekly haul like on stream. The idea is we're gonna do it this way. Next module, I'm gonna confirm. So I'm gonna look on the 5th week if there is more milestone content. If there isn't, then I'll end it there, which is like today, where I will try to wrap up my thoughts about the module, like current controversies or whatever is topical, at least to me, and then I'll just end the stream. So call it like a week 5 wrap up. We can turn in stuff and see where we're at. And I could go to PE to see if there's a Jotun-Scar. Jotun-Scar is fun. It's great. It's fun, arguably, it's fun because I only did it like... I only did it like 3 times. I don't know how much fun it'll be if I was doing it for the 200th time and haven't seen any payouts for the gear, right? Because that would be the motivation for the gear. Hang on. I'm gonna... So we're no longer... We have no longer dialogue, so let's just get rid of the dialogue. Because I don't want to be cutting too much. I like the music. The music's fantastic. So we'll just keep the music up. And I'm guessing this is the extra person. Yeah, the extra 2 things. Yeah. So we just have more repeatables, right? What's there is fantastic. I enjoy what was there. It's a shame that it's so hampered by what they expect of you. So here's my hot take on this. This wanted board thing, right? it gives 25 currency, and you can do it daily. So what I'm probably gonna do to catch up my other two characters is I want to sit them at a rare spawn point, or maybe just do the rare spawn. I'll choose just do this daily. I'll log in, pick out 10 name mobs because I kind of know where they are now, and turn this in on a daily basis. And that's all I'm gonna do to get the celestial gear, right? You do this and it'll be sufficient, generally speaking, because you only have to do this 4 times. 4 times a week. That's 100, right? So 4 days. Spread out on 4 days. You can have your characters parked at a rare spawn if you want. And that's kind of what I'm going to do to catch up the other 2 characters. The other 2 characters didn't even complete the last campaign because it was just too long. Like, to me, it was so inflated. Now this is even longer. So, tough. Like, every day this will refresh, so you could do it fairly quickly. And now, I guess we can go do the 25 for the repeated flooded future. Oh wait, you actually have to access it. I'm probably gonna end with a more positive sentiment, because this game is still free to play. So we have to keep that in mind. It's still free to play. And my value and investment in the things that I'm talking about are a reflection of how much I think how much of value it is. I don't want to belabor the point of being upset at putting in time that I otherwise don't think I'm going to use. So I'm not going to go around and say, I know it's going to take 100 runs to get this piece of gear, so I'm going to do it and then complain about it. I'm saying that I think there are many more experienced players than me who have found out it's going to take hundreds of runs, and I've decided that I'm not going to. So I have also no justification to complain about it. What I did talk about is what the players that did do it mentioned. So, commentary on you passing other people's words. I will not feel the sting of, I already felt the sting from Volnar Stars, and I personally don't want to relive that now. So that's kind of my take. I don't have too much to be upset about. So I do want to eventually end this wrap up of Biting Cold to show my appreciation for the free content, right? The free content that I was allowed to play without any financial investments, right? Free content. Now, some people could argue, well, it's not free, you spent your time. It's like, okay. Right. That's fair too. And I would counter by saying I chose to spend that amount of time. Right? I knew how long it was going to take, roughly speaking, and I was there for the ride. Anything extra, I'm not gonna do. Like, no matter how much celestial gear they're gonna place, and no matter how much pride and arrogance they're gonna place on like being a master's run or challenges, it's diminishing my reward. It's making my time less and less valuable. So I will not participate in that until the value of my time reflects how much I like the game, right? I don't like the game that much. I enjoy the game quite a lot for these things. You don't do this 100 times over, basically. You don't learn dungeon mechanics and experience new bosses and stuff 100 times over. I'm willing to do it a couple times. It's not 100 times. crazy how we're talking about hundreds of runs. I still remember a time when if people are feeling nostalgic, I do remember that. Like World of Warcraft was, you know, someone constantly making an argument using whataboutisms, right? Like, oh, it is perfectly normal. It's expected of expected of these types of MMOs to spend hundreds and hours of runs and coordination and stuff. How else are you gonna feel the reward of gear? Well, if it is, go play World of Warcraft. Or alternatively, if they come out and say, oh, that's exactly what we're doing, I would say if you like that 100 runs, if attractiveness, how much time you get to get a gear that is easily replaced in the next module, play Neverwinter Online. Because that would be an easy sell. If someone says, oh yeah, I absolutely love spending hundreds of hours getting a piece of BIS gear, and then immediately it's extended, that 100 hours extended over 2 months, immediately the following module is going to offer more gear that replaces that, and I get to repeat it again over and over again, and I absolutely love it, play Neverwinter Online. It's free. You don't even have to pay a subscription to get that joy, right? That joy that you like about recycling BIS over and over again and replacing the gear. Because that's a loop that some people enjoy. Diablo, for example. There are people who really love nostalgia, right? And nostalgia can work very, very well. I'm not here to gaslight people to saying what they like or what they like to do. I am here to share about what I like about the existing Neverwinter content and what I guess don't like, or more so what I have read about other people and trying to make sense of it, because technically I can't dislike something I didn't do. Like, I didn't do the 100 of runs, so I'm not upset about hundreds of runs. I think those who did do hundreds of runs, it's justifiable for them to talk about how they're disappointed. What I have done is I did complete the milestones, and it's a disappointment because objectively it's less than the last two. Literally, objectively less than the last two modules, and that is a disappointment. That is a devaluation of my time. So if I'm not willing to be if I wasn't necessarily satisfied last time, what are the odds that I'm going to be satisfied with less? That's the same argument about how they thought celestial gear, because it's rare, you pump up the time to lower the value of the player's time for the gear they're going to use. They're still going to use one set of gear. Unless you make a justification that it's a horizontal investment. That's creating gear that doesn't overlap in use case. That's a whole different story, because that is not what's happening with gear. Gear is they hit a random generator and they just pair it up. Like, there's no horizontal use cases for things. There was a time, maybe like 4 modules ago, there was a group of modules where they attempted to strategically have like 2 or 3 sets of gear that is striated, like they're horizontal, as in you can see yourself wearing 3 separate gear sets, like one for the number of enemies around you for like encounters and boss fights that have a lot of mobs, and then one where boss fights are intimate one-to-one. That still exists. Like, those gear pieces still exist. Now they're just scattered willy-nilly, so it's not based on the theme of the boss. Like around Moondancer, for example. Moondancer, lots of mobs, so almost all the gear is depicted with a mob bonus, like the more mobs. And then there was before that for one-on-one, and then there was the really cheap way of doing things, which is making the gear bonuses be campaign restricted, like this. The artifacts, they have bonus effects based on the campaign or based on the region in the chilling, you know, in the biting cold, right? That is probably easily one of the most complacent and cheap ways of creating horizontal investments without actually creating horizontal investment, because it didn't work. Most scalable gear is vertically inclined. The stats are vertically inclined. So it's constantly a talk of BIS, not horizontal investment. Like, there's no multiple meta happening. There's only a BIS meta. And the BIS meta is what's, in my opinion, the thing that's creating a logical dissonance with the developer. The developer thinks that having better gear or higher tier means that the value of the player's time is expected to be higher. It's not. It's BIS. There's one set of gear. So it's the same value of time. Crazy. It'll be a different story if you're using the last gear you spent 50 hours on and the 100 hours you're spending gear on now. So you have 150 hours of value. Like, the previous gear was not replaced. It's still being used. That's a different story. That's a model that I feel Neverwinter and Cryptic has failed to do. Like, I would even argue it's something that Cryptic, not only did they not fail to do it, it was intentional. They intentionally did that. But that might be a slightly too bold. Slightly too bold. So I'll leave it as a tentative. There's a chance that this was designed that way, to vertically invest over and over again in order to make it okay to consistently inflate game time. Maybe there's a train, so I can just sit here and gather the other set. I doubt it. It's already really late. Like, it's past midnight, so my time. It's 1 a.m., so the odds of doing a heroic encounter is already way past. Yeah, there's no train because there's nobody. Like, it's already past the honeymoon period. So now we're gonna do... So we're at 55. Honestly, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. Like, I'll just do the... I'll go do what I think I'm gonna do, which is to get this wanted board thing, and then go take out some name mobs over the next week. So let's get rid of all the daily repeatables. I mean, the encroaching frost is fine. That can come up. So we're just gonna do weeklies, or I plan on doing weeklies. You have to use your imagination because I'm not recording this stuff. I'll keep all the weeklies. Right, the heroic encounters if they come up, and then the activities from the weekly turn-ins, that'll work. And then this is the encroaching frost. That means that it would have to be a train. So I'll basically log in at a more auspicious time to do the train, and that's it. If not, I will simply come back to this wanted board, go take out the name mobs because no one's around anymore. Like, I turned it in today because of the weekly haul, right? So tomorrow around this time, it would be ideal because no one's around. And that's what we're gonna do. Like, this is probably the lowest point in so long. Now we're gonna go to EE, and we'll see if we can catch a Jotun Scar advanced dungeon or anything before we go. So as a consolation, I suppose, I did get 2 replacement gear, like this one, some Runefrost gear from the 2 runs, not on stream. That the run on stream didn't give anything. So lucky, quote unquote lucky, I suppose. It wasn't the reason to run the dungeon. But now we're gonna sit here and see if we can get into a run. Jubilee is going to happen soon. The anniversary, right? The anniversary event is going to come up. I don't cover the anniversary event for Neverwinter. Seasonal events haven't been updated since, like, it's rarely ever updated. So consider this as also... there was a time when Jubilee ran possibly with the existing content. I think actually if I were to record the rest of these weeks, right, it would run into Jubilee. No, it wouldn't. Yeah, it would probably run into Jubilee, right? Because today is the 5th week. There'll be 5 more weeks that would run into Jubilee. I still don't cover Jubilee. Like, anniversary events are really depressing. That would be the word. Maybe not depressing. Anniversary events are very disappointing. And I don't really do anything during the anniversary events. Nor during, like, the winter events. So we don't cover those things anymore. The next thing that will be very interesting is the P5X anniversary. So that's coming up. That's probably the next thing I want to do in terms of live service, right? This is the end for my coverage of the Biting Cold. And we're going to sit here for a little bit to see if we can maybe squeeze in a Jotun Scar of some sort. Otherwise, I've pretty much set my bit. I'll probably now end on a more positive note. I enjoyed the content. What is there? I think gear, like this stuff, gear as a form of payments, you have to negotiate that yourself. Like, for me, I'm not the person who's doing this. So if you find another Neverwinter content creator, right, or someone who plays to BIS, they will be able to tell you or share how much these are actually worth, like in time, and if it's fair or not. I don't actually know if it's fair. I never really or I try not to say that I know what is a fair amount of time. I know what's happening. The value of player time is going down based on the logic of previous modules. If BIS takes 50 hours, right, to do in the previous module, and if it takes 100 hours to do now, it is a diminish of a player time by half. That's a 50% diminished return, because the utility of the gear is per character, right? If you have a coffee maker and you buy 3 coffee makers and you only use one of the coffee makers, quote unquote the best coffee maker, the other 2 coffee makers are diminished return. They are diminished investment. You either sell them to invest forward in a vertical stack, or you sell them to buy something else, a not coffee maker. You go buy a, I don't know, a juicer or something. That is why I mean by I'm not here to really tell you if it's fair or not. I can't tell. I haven't done this in 7 modules. Like this stuff, I barely look at gear. If they drop, they drop. I play the game to play the content, and if the opportunity presents itself, I'll play the content again. And if the drop happens, then the drop happens. I can't even make a comment if the drops are good or not anymore, because spending so much time covering that, you have to also be someone who's anticipating to get the things. At least in my opinion. I'm not the biggest fan on the rings are the only character bound gear in Yodenscar, and that gear drops often. Oh, rip. So are you telling me the thing that drops most often is the thing you can't even use on different characters or have multiple use? That really stinks. Is that also your experience? Like you personally? I haven't run Yodenscar enough to know anything about drops. I've been covering what other people have been saying. So I didn't sit there and run multiple things to see what the thing is like. It's a shame that the rings are character bound. These are all character bound? Oh yeah, they're all character bound. Even the advanced ones? Oh dang. Even the advanced ones. Wow. That's kind of disappointing. I'm hoping we drop into a run or something. Then I'll call it a day. I enjoyed the dungeon though. The dungeon was great. You mean you don't mind seeing ring drops? You can choose to get dust or ring and you need 600 dust per ring upgrade? Yeah, I heard that too. Okay, so you don't mind it. That's good. I'm glad to hear you don't mind seeing ring drops. Because you can dust them. I don't have an opinion on it. My low clear rate, like I don't run them very often, is that if I pick up a ring, right, it would be available to all my characters, because then one of the characters would be able to use the ring. I wouldn't be able to run to reach the threshold of 600. 600 dust is a threshold. That is like what I mentioned about bimodal distribution. I'm not in that huge gap between 600 dust and like 20. Like I'm in the neighborhood of 20 or 30 dust, not 600. So I don't engage myself about that. It is nice to know that you don't mind doing that. So hopefully you enjoyed this. Drop rate for dust is terrible. I heard. I read on the Discord that drop rates for dust is terrible. Yeah. I ran Yodenscar, Advanced Yodenscar 3 times. The first run that I ran, I actually recorded last week. So it worked out really well. Now I don't expect to ever see Yodenscar because of the time. My time slot is around here, which is basically a no one. You did around 3 to 10. Oh, 3 to 10 each master run. Okay, 3 to 10 dust each master run. That's what I heard. Someone said, and then you need 600, so 200, and then that's where the 300 runs came in. 3 to 400 runs. The comment in the Discord, it's roughly 3 to 400 runs in order to get a set of rings, and then those set of rings are character bound. So then some players said that, well, I really like this game, so I want 3 sets of rings: a tank set, a healing set, and a DPS set, and that would then multiply that by 3, which I don't know. I'm not associated with anyone who has done that, so maybe they enjoyed doing that. I have not. I ran Yodenscar Advanced 3 times. Just 3 times. And I was hoping to run it one more time to show off, what the developer designed. I'm glad to be able to do it once and show off at least the advance. I'm not interested in doing any master runs. I think the last time I did a master run was Moon Dancer or something like that. Oh, that was a trial. The last master dungeon was probably the remake of the Lair of the Mad Dragon. Yoden Scar is fun dungeon for sure, but not gonna do that for 3 characters, not even for 2. I find that very reasonable to say. Like, I'm there with you. I haven't experienced that, but I can kind of see it. Not even 2. Yeah, just 1. And then wait for the next module, I suppose. That's what I spent the last couple hours talking about, because it's just, it kind of stinks. Dust, huh? Is the dust the same dust for the future stuff? So like when you dust your rings, right? To upgrade, that's still the same currency for any future upgrades, right? They're keeping the same dust currency. It's this dust. We're talking about, this is the same dust too, right here? Or is that a different dust? This celestial essence is something else, isn't it? Like, it's some different dust that is unique to... No? Okay. So, do you know if they're gonna keep the dust for future upgrades? Like, what I mean is, it's only unique to Yoden Scar. Celestial essence is for celestial insignias, okay. And then the dust is only for the biting cold rings, and that's it. One purpose reagents. Amazing. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware what celestial essence do. I'm specifically just talking about the dust situation. Like, I don't know if it's overlapping or not. That's the only question. You don't have to explain to me what they do. Oh, dust is only for rings in Yoden's car? So they're just gonna introduce a new currency next time. I see. Same like Soul Harvest, dust. Oh, okay. Well, did the Soul Harvest dust and the no, so did did both the chapters of Soul Harvest, did they have the same dust, or is it just for one? Like the Red Harvest and the Soul Collector, right? Did they use the same dust, or is it only for one of the modules? Like the last module? Or did they both have a dust mechanic? Different. It's always new currency. Oh, gee. Wow. Okay. Thanks for that information. So they come up with a new one each module, even if the modules are related to each other. Okay. I thought thematically maybe both the two red harvest parts was it? That's why your currency tab is That's why our currency tab is a mess. Yeah, I know, right? Like, it took me today I was trying to tell people like, okay, how many did I get? Yeah, how many of the currency per run, like the advanced currency, right? The advanced currency is, it was like 3 to it was 12. 12. You get 2 to 3 per boss. And I was scrolling through and like, okay, I'm just gonna go to the vendor because I can't even find it on the currency list. Dungeons. Oh, wait, this thing. Yeah, here. Yeah, this thing. So the coldstone amulets are like uh 3 per boss, roughly. So the 3 runs, there's 36, and you need 550. Weird. Anyways, yeah, thanks for the information. Thanks for the information. Yeah, they have weekly caps. I noticed. Yeah, like really? Like my thought is, really? I mean, honestly, 500. Like, come on. Do you really need to put a cap on it? So wild. Oh, goodness me. I do have to reiterate though. I have nothing to be upset about. I have nothing. Yeah, I saw that the master currency. Yeah, it's 150 per week. And they scaled it down because masters require like 360, like the turn in as well requires less. But here's the thing, the cap and the distribution, the drop rate is normalized. So even if you run advanced or master, it'll still take like as much time. So what I mean by that is it's deceptive because regardless of your skill level, you know, like your completion level and skill level, they are able to squeeze and distribute the playtime even though they're different tiers. Like, so the player is going to end up using that time up anyways. So that if after doing the math, right? I looked at the cap stuff. So crazy. I don't know how long you've been playing this game. How long, like, are you someone like from beta? I'm from beta. So I've been tracking this stuff. It's crazy. My main point about this the recent modules is that there's always a bottom line amount of time. So they made it so that even though there's more ways to get stuff, like you dusting rings, right? You still dust rings and get dust. They made it so that regardless of how many ways you can get currency to get the gear, it's still going to require the increased amount of time over the modules. So right now we're basically looking at 100 hours plus still. Right. So despite having like, hey, look at all our different ways you can get gear, it still ends up being more. And that's crazy. You came back 10 weeks ago. Oh, dang. But you started around 2014. Oh, so post Tiamat? Maybe? And you were over 4 years out though. Oh, okay. Around 2014, was that Tiamat? Like maybe the maybe 3 or 4, something like that. I still remember that Tiamat thing from way back. I don't remember the earliest days though. The earliest days are kind of murky, no? Still remember sitting in foundries, getting refinement points. Yeah, Tiamat time. Okay. When we all did activities together and go to the door to enter Tiamat. Yeah, that was crazy. I still remember like going to the door and then when you try to enter, like not everyone gets into Tiamat. There wasn't a queue system for Tiamat. Oh man, those were the days. They didn't have a proper queue system for the thing, so it was crazy. And then the early days was when foundries were still around. So like this is before like social media, right? Like Discord. You might have had like Ventrilo or TeamSpeak. So I used to hang out with the players and we would log into it, just like World of Warcraft, right? You log in and then you just sit in like a farming foundry and get some refinement points while you can, and then you just chat, like you catch up with other people. Like I would ask them like, "Oh, how'd your day go?" "Well, work kind of sucked today." Like, "Oh, how's the weather over there?" So we would do the same chat stuff. I'm like pre-Blizzard era player, so BattleNets and whatnot, those were the times where you sit in your avatar and you just chat. I mean, PE still has a couple of during the bigger hour, like whatever is. Neverwinter still has like the PE thing where people just sit around and talk about, I don't know, some very questionable topics. And that used to be like a routine. But best part of those times were boon systems. Oh yeah, yeah, they were really wild. Maybe that's the next thing. Maybe that'll bring some people back. I'm I don't want to sound overly negative at the end. I'm usually like a little bit critical in the beginning, which I already set my bid for a couple of times talking about what's happening in Discord. And what you shared, I did cover earlier, um, to some extent. This, I would love, like, I'm still hopeful for the game. Obviously, at any time, they can decide to change it, to, like, do something. So, I will cover and hope that maybe something interesting happens with the value. At least give some value of boons. Exactly. Because the boons are the value, technically, in my opinion, the boons are the value of the campaign system. Like, if the horizontal investment, right? The investment that won't go away. Like, you can always hold on to all your investment. You're not replacing it. You're not replacing the value of your investment. When you get new gear, you're replacing the value of your investment. The boons are always going to be there. So when you complete a campaign, the boon value is untapped. It's always going to be untapped. So when they change the value of the boon, it will exponentially scale with the value. So if they increase the value of one boon, it's everything. Yeah, base for everything, exactly. So I don't know. We'll see. I think that would be their swan song. My thought is, if there's a way to create a swan song for all the campaigns to not affect the gear, right? Like not to affect gear. You guys can negotiate about the gear, but the base, the boons that's your legacy. My boon still has a bug. It's okay. So the boons, yeah, still legacy. I keep track of the bugs on my characters. I have a lot of characters that have random bugs with boons everywhere. It's pretty much okay. I keep it just to see how long it takes them to adjust it. Like several of my characters have negative boons, negative boon numbers, because they awarded a bunch of them back and award a bunch of like take away and add back a bunch on all the characters. I'm like, oh, okay, sure. Oh goodness me. Let's see. I think, yeah, there's no chance. I guess we can see if we rolled in. No, yeah. Well, apparently someone in the alliance is looking for Masters Tiamat. Weird coincidence. Let's see. I don't think there's anything else. Oh, that channel? Nah, I was kind of hoping for a pug. But what is the channel anyways? I could look into the look into the channel. Is it, how do I do it? Like here? Is it open access? I could see if there's one or two. Yeah, add there. It's open for all. Okay. So can I type AGS? Or AGS slash MGS? Oh, is it this one? Okay. Okay. And I don't actually know how I, oops. How does one, oh, I am in? Oh, wow. Oh, that's how that works. Oh. Oh, okay. All right. Hold. Okay. No one's here. Yeah. I would probably do that on my own time. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. And unfortunately, this time of day, is this your normal time of day? It's you can see here. It's 2 a.m. for me. Usually I'm in the like the dead hours, the around 9 p.m. EST to like 2 a.m. like till now pretty much. So it's 8:51 a.m. Oh, okay. Well, good morning. Good morning. Um, over my years, I've covered Neverwinter for like quite quite a long time now, and the vast majority of people I end up talking to is overseas or like across the pond, at least across the Atlantic Ocean. So, this time is like dead hours. Like usually I'm doing something else before my evening. Neat. Well, I really appreciate your company. I think this is where we're gonna call it. So I'm gonna say something. We're gonna clean it up and maybe do some, yeah. Exactly. I usually wake up in the middle, like go in the afternoon and try to squeeze in something, basically. It's between, for me, it's around, or I can do it right away, like after reset time. So reset is 5 a.m. my time. Around from 5 to like noon is where I can squeeze in some runs. So usually it's not during stream time. And I totally agree when it's active. It's usually Europe, Europe area. So, what can I say about closing off this coverage? So I'm only doing 5 weeks this time around. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. Obviously, I'm not going to be covering biting cold anymore, so it's going to be a longer period before the next one. But maybe there's old leadership, right? The one thing on the horizon is old leadership is new leadership. So like the new leadership that's coming back is the old leadership that's made anew. And that was only recent. So whatever the biting cold is happening, you don't quite see the potential changes of returning people or new leadership in general for another 1 or 2 modules. So it'll be interesting that before this module there was an announcement, right? The old person, one of the old co-founders or pivotal people have came back, and then they hired either hired or moved or shuffled more people back from the original start of Neverwinter. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes in maybe the next module or the module after that. So I want to leave off at a very interesting, optimistic standpoint. There is still fantastic, like, hey, listen here, right? Neverwinter Online has been, it's going to celebrate its 13th year? 13th year, technically. Soon. I'm not going to be covering that because it's Jubilee and not really a module thing. 12? Oh, it's because I count 2013. So, sorry, the beta stuff. So, yeah, it's 12th year since launch. It's 12th year official launch. So their 12th Jubilee, and it was released in 2013, but 2014 was the official. And maybe something exciting happens. What was I gonna say? New leadership. There's a chance. I hope that something exciting gets announced. Maybe boon system, different combat system, maybe another revolving, since Undermountain, right? There hasn't been a major overhaul since Undermountain, which is module 13. It is now module 33. So it's been more than half of the life cycle, like from 13 to 33 is pretty long. I think it was 13. Undermountain was 13, right? So that could happen. If you're wondering, like, hear me out, low key. Lord of the Rings Online is still going strong. In fact, Lord of the Rings Online is going stronger than Neverwinter Online. Yeah, or 14. It might be 14. Actually, I think 14 is correct. I feel like 14 was the number. Yeah, it's either 13 or 14. Now, hear me out. It can still go well, because someone picked up Lord of the Rings Online, right? Like, I remember 7 years ago, it was like 6 or 7 years ago, I was moonlighting in other MMOs while Neverwinter is still going strong. And Lord of the Rings, lately, Lord of the Rings Online, there was a resurgence because of like Amazon and all the other interest in Lord of the Rings. Like Lord of the Rings is going to come back again in other mediums. It's still going strong. I still get update announcements on my Steam client about Lord of the Rings updates, Lord of the Rings Online updates. So that'll be exciting to see. These games, I'm no stranger to playing old games. Like, there are plenty of people who play RuneScape, OG RuneScape. That was actually the first MMO, quote unquote MMO subscription base I played, because then World of Warcraft came after RuneScape. I was a vanilla Warcraft player, and so still possible. Neverwinter Online, I want to end on a positive and auspicious note. There's always a time. If the game is still going, there's always a chance. So hats off to all of the players that are still playing. Get your rings. At least old games survive. New World, AOC, all new. Yes, exactly. That's the point, right? That is the point. New World closed down recently. Oh, dude, let's not go with the Ashes of Creation. It didn't even get released. We're probably not gonna cover the Ashes of Creation thing too. And then let's not even discuss about Cryptic's foray into Magic the Gathering. Oh goodness, Magic the Gathering. Dang. Yikes, that's a deep cut for anyone who like knew that Cryptic launched like a beta for Magic the Gathering and it got canned because of its initial receptions. Yeah, there's quite a lot. There are other promising stuff that can keep people occupied. Like I think Crimson Desert has gotten a lot of very fun single player. Like if you're trying to not wait on queues or seeing something that's a live service game that's old, that's kind of, there's still like Pearl Abyss, like Crimson Desert is doing fairly well to scratch that itch, have the combat oriented without the right live service stuff where it requires you to grind for things, but more like task based progression. So Crimson Desert is a great option. And then we have a few ones that are big announcement lately. Guild Wars 3 got teased, right? So that's something. I also saw Aeon 2. There was a blip about Aeon 2. Now that is a deep cut. Now I'm all of a sudden expecting like Dragon Nest or something, and like uh I don't know. What is a I'm forgetting that one game that I used to play. Korean MMO, combat MMO, what is it called? Dang it. Well, you know what I mean. Like games might be coming back. You have high hopes towards Soulframe. It's already a fun game with good combat and is in test phase. I heard about Soulframe. Yeah, yeah. Uh, very, very promising. Hopefully. So there are some games like really, really doing. Otherwise, the group, like, here's another. You have around 600 hours in. I see. I'm part of like hybrid groups, so I half of my time I'm playing like Eastern games, and then half my time I'm playing Western games because I'm like a little bit of both. I love my Lord of Rings and my Dungeons and Dragons adjacent. However, I'm also the anime side of things, like the Eastern side of things. So there are still where Win meets, right? Your new one, which is NTE and stuff. But I'm not the target audience for that. Like I'm not the biggest on like waifus and whatnot. There are some options that are coming in that realm where they are still action combat MMOs, but they have a different flavor. So I don't usually mention them. However, there is always an option. There's always a possibility that those Eastern developers may create a Western fantasy that can be possible. Like Crimson Desert is not an MMO, but it is a Western fantasy, and it looks like there might be options in the future where it wouldn't like catastrophically close down due to, I don't know, corporate mismanagement. Like New World was very unfortunate. When at the time I did see quite a lot of people who are very invested in New World. I think right now around the corner, Western fantasies. Yeah, kind of keep an eye out. I want to mention other Western fantasies because maybe Cryptic and others will take some inspiration. Who knows? Soulframe is a good example. It's a very good example. Other than that, there's like Albion Online, but that's kind of like a different subgenre. That is a multiplayer, but Albion is a very different thing. New World took you out from Neverwinter. You love that game. Yeah, I quite a lot of individuals were very excited for New World when they were off. Over 5,000 hours in New World. I see. I play PSO2 NGS just because of the combat, and PSO2 has been around long, like 2 years longer in general, and now it's in their NGS period, but it's 2 years prior to Neverwinter. And there was another game called Atlantica Online that I played for 10 years. It's no longer around. It got acquired by Nexon and stuff. I played like Maple Story as well. Like it just I'm not a stranger to grinding and then like doing other things. Like I used to write reports and read and learn do like educational stuff while grinding for things. So definitely not a stranger to sitting here running, yeah, good old Maple Story. Yeah, you sit there, you have your macro, like you just have your hand doing your pattern, and you're just like watching, your favorite, I don't know, episode of Simpsons or something like that, and you're just doing the thing. It's almost like a millennial fidgets, the original millennial fidget spinner. You grind in a game like a fidget spinner, and then you go and you watch, you watch your favorite TV show while doing that. Like, to this day, there are certain dungeons. I haven't ever done this for fun because I'm not like, I don't do gags too much, but there are a couple of dungeons. Most of the dungeons I would do without looking at the screen. Like, I do that often. That's what I used to do for Neverwinter. We used to like do some daily drivers, run like 50 dungeons in one stream, and I basically would just be reading chat and like reading out some funny topical things while like absent-mindedly not doing the thing. It's crazy. Like RuneScape was very similar. You click, you wait, you click, you wait. Nowadays, people do like cookie clickers and taskbar heroes. Watch. Sometimes people just watch auto RPGs. Just watch their idle RPGs play themselves. That is the new age thing. You download something and you just watch the game play itself. This is wild. Times have really changed. Right now I'm playing like Persona 5X, idle miners, yeah, etc., or simulations, right? And I kid you not, that is really it's not like a new thing per se. Like the idea of watching things, people used to do this. Ant colonies, gardening, right? And then you're thinking, oh, whoa, that's like touching grass situation, growing ant colonies and stuff. Okay, well, there's others like sports managers, like football managers, fantasy league, the World Cup. Right now at its peak, there's a lot of millennial slash like older people sports betting. Like you're watching the simulation of something play itself and you're rooting for something. So it still exists. It's just the times have changed with the context. Like instead of rooting for a team of football players, right? Like or soccer players based on your region, like the World Cup, you're placing bet on virtual things, right? And they're it, humans are I'm 40, by the way. I'm about to be 40 next year. No, I'm 39 right now. It's kind of interesting to have lived through 2 or 3 generations of different ways people entertain themselves. Fundamentally, though, it hasn't changed too much. The context has changed. You're 40? Oh, no wonder you sound like a person who knows what they're going about. Usually age does that. Like you kind of go through phases like, oh, well, you still observe similar behaviors. Born in 87? Me too. Oh, well, I'm born in 87. You're born in 86. You silly goose. You almost got I was like doing the math. I'm like, are you sure? Nice. Year of the Tiger. My friend, Year of the Tiger. So, oh, you misclicked? Oh, yeah, that's fair. So, it's interesting to see how people entertain themselves now. The context has changed, but the human behavior has not. And like how you find your entertainment and stuff. Right now, it's obviously the World Cup. I brought up the World Cup because people enjoy placing bets, seeing simulations. In fact, Football Manager, the soccer, but Football Manager, like the actual simulation game, that's still really popular on Steam. Like it has one of the most consistent traffics because you're just watching simulations of hypothetical things happening. So, and it has a much more older older player base, like in age. You used to play those as a kid? Ah, yeah, yeah. You just watch them simulate. I remember, I think maybe has it been more than 10 years? Battle simulators. You know, like there was this niche of that janky ultimate battle simulator where you just spawn a bunch of armies and you're just gonna watch them collide into each other. And I'm like, okay. Kind of like trying to revamp the new age RTS thing. Warhammer Dawn of War 4 is coming out September or something like this year. It's been a while since you've seen a large scale, like, old legacy game with like that fun aspect, you know, that old school aspect or even new school aspect of seeing two large armies just colliding together and just seeing what happens. There was a time when it was kind of humorous to simply have AI, you know, you have two AI, just put two bots, turn off Fog of War, and just see how they go at each other. That's kind of the new age thing now where you have auto RPGs like, oh hey, you want to buy something and then see more flashy lights and see more flashy lights and like them taking care, and you're like looking for things to emerge, right? Like you don't know what's going to happen. You want to see if something interesting happens. Like, yes, you can tell they're gonna one army is gonna take out the other army, but you want to see if there's like weird spaghetti interaction, you know. And lots of these simulators can produce anomalies, like weird anomalies. So when you stare at it, you just don't know if there's something quirky that's going to happen. And those are the draws, like the fun draws of watching simulators. You do you don't know what's going to happen, sort of. And watching sports, this is the closest thing I'm gonna say to get closer to people who watch sports. I don't habitually watch sports. I do watch the big stuff. So like World Cup, I will watch highlights and try to catch a game here and there. However, usually I play video games instead. So when people talk about sports, that's how I connect them, like how I relate to people who habitually watch sports. I don't know. Are you a sports person? Lumi? Lume? Are you a sports person? Are you watching the World Cup right now? Which country? Oh, MMA. There's been a new MMA game. They've been doing pretty well. UFC? The UFC series of video games have been doing pretty well. There was a new one that was released, I think, either a week or two ago. Not that I'm not sure if you're playing them, but I think those UFC video games are they were pretty solid across the board. MMA, huh? You don't happen to be Irish. I'm like making a really fun. I'm making a like a embarrass me stereotype. You don't have to be. Oh wait, you told me your time. So hang on. You told me your time frame. You said 8. Now, oh no, you can't be. You're from, yeah, you gotta be somewhere in the Germany timeline. So it's gotta be like Germany and up because of the 6 hour thing. So further east. Finland, huh? Well, hello. Hello from, I'm from the east coast of the United States. So east coast. You play MMORPGs, but MMA is your style of sport. Oh, okay, okay. For me, sports, Finland. That's interesting. I watch disc golf. I have a thing for disc golf. Throwing discs, or as some people call it, the blue collar golf. The cheaper golf. Because ball golf You know, the ball golf is that's the expensive golf. I don't watch ball golf, but I do watch disc golf, throwing discs. I think like the Finland, Sweden, and Norway has a disc golf scene. For whatever reason, Scandinavia has a disc golf scene. And then like going down, like Netherlands, Germany, and so have some disc golf scenes over there. Like especially Finland, actually, because of what's his name? There's actually a very prominent young Finnish player. Oh man, hold up. What is his name? Oh, uh, 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 Niklas Antila. Yeah, Niklas Antila is and then there's an older guy. I think it was Seppo Paju. Man, you have over 1,000 working disc golf courses here. Yeah, Finland is big. Finland's like one of the major hosts um for disc golf. So for sure. That's why I brought up disc golf, by the way, since you mentioned Finland. Yeah. I do watch disc golf quite a bit. It's like it's a nice thing to spend with family. I'm kind of an old guy. I don't have a kid of my own. Yeah, 99% is free. That I was just about to get there. Um I don't have kids of my own, and you do have a little one. You should play it because it's so awesome. It's 99% free. It's a great way to go hiking the better parts of nature, right? The better parts of nature. And it's not quite as dangerous as, say, mountain climbing. But you could mountain climb. I mean, you're from Finland. So my first thought is like the other thing that I typically think about is maybe mountain climbing or some sort of maybe kayaking or something. But disc golfing is fantastic. It's hiking, nature. It can be very secluded, and it's typically just completely free. So, such a wonderful pastime. Very awesome pastime. And I have been really aware about Finland, hyper aware of Finland, because Finland hosts a lot of the international outside of the United States. Yeah, some goobers out there. Always nice. Well, anyways, I imagine. Do you work today? I imagine you're getting ready for your day. I'm about to head out, go get some sleep. But it's been a pleasure. Maybe we'll talk about the next module in another 2 or 3 months. How long do you think the next module is? I guess the half module, maybe when the battle pass ends, there's gonna be like a 33.5. Oh, you're still on holiday. Oh, interesting. Well, a perfect time to hang out with your kiddo. Work starts next week. Oh. So what are you doing for the rest of your holiday? Next week. Wow, you have some time. Yeah, what are you doing for your holiday? Before I head out. What are you doing? I for a personal share, I don't work at the moment. For a time being. It's been some time. So at the moment I don't necessarily have to work. We'll call it a choice sabbatical. You have midsummer this weekend. Oh, going to a cottage? Oh man. That sounds awesome. Cottage by a river? By a lake? What type of cottage? What do people do at a cottage? Midsummer for us is night without nighttime. No dark. Oh. Oh. Oh, by lake? Nice, nice. Do you fish at all, or do you kayak? I honestly, I don't want to rely too much on this, but I don't usually hear Finnish people say swim. So probably not swimming. I usually can imagine like kayaking or like fishing in some way. Yeah, obviously you could be a swimmer, but I don't usually imagine. Sauna, chill and barbecue. Nice. That sounds delightful. I imagine you're going with the little one. That sounds like a really chill vibe. My outing soon is, yeah, and the wifey, the with, yeah. Oh, yeah, and it's with, wait, and it's with wife. Okay, okay. Sorry. For a moment there I just, oh, nice, nice. Oh no, it's with? Okay, yeah, it's with. You're still in sleep mode. Oh yeah, no worries, no. Oh, no, it's with. Oh, I see. I got it. I got it. With the kid. It's with the kid. Okay, okay. Got it, got it. No significant other? Sorry, this might seem a little personal. Obviously you don't have to answer. Still in sleep mode. 9 a.m., huh? Or I guess it's 8. It's almost 8:30, I suppose. Sleep mode. Must be nice. I don't work, so my sleep mode is whenever sleep mode is at the moment. Neat. Well, I don't imagine your kid plays MMOs too. You're taking your time this morning. Uh, I don't imagine your kid plays MMOs, or is your little one still like well, I don't often get to meet and talk to other people around my age, like in this setting too often. So your kid could be like, okay, too little. Perhaps when your kid becomes old enough, there'll be a fantastic new game, right? Something that you both can enjoy together, along with your cottage time and outdoor disc golfing. I think it's something about becoming 40 soon makes me really find it heartwarming to see like parents, right? Parents and children hanging out. That's pretty much the thing that I do most of the time. This Neverwinter thing is very rare. Typically, I'm generally talking to like students, university students. I do language learning most of the time nowadays, and I usually talk to a lot of students who may or may not have the best interaction with their parents, and it's nice to occasionally meet the older person who is spending time with their little ones and enjoying the times with the little ones. Especially getting older, it's for me it feels like it's a rare and rarer conversation to have. So thank you for sharing. Are you good at disc golf? Are you gonna raise a Nicholas Antila? Sorry. You know those kids, man, they're really good at a young age. I didn't really do sports when I was younger, so you think most of you are better than many? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I was, yeah, I was pretty mediocre. Or is, I don't know. You play it in school? Oh, really? That's amazing. Dang, imagine playing disc golf in school. Yeah, it's so cheap. I bowled. Like I went, like we did bowling. Like that's what I picked up, and it was not cheap. I when I was 16, I worked at a bowling alley. The bowling alley that we would practice bowling at. It was a like an after school club thing, not really necessarily like a school unit or something like that. It's interesting. I don't imagine bowling. Is bowling a thing in Finland? Bowling is another one of those things where you can sit and chat and yap and then take turns. Minus the hiking, which I kind of like disc golf for that reason. If you just play casually, you need only one disc, and that costs like 10 euros. Yeah, disc golf is so accessible. I have I have so many discs. And you can play with it until you lose it. Yeah, yeah. Actually, most of the time, I don't know if what it's like there. You don't even have to buy discs. Go to a disc golf course, introduce yourself, and someone would probably just give you a disc. Like all the regular players, when you go to a disc golf course and you like, you're like, hey, I'm interested in playing disc golf, and the person who manages the place, or like sometimes, at least in the United States, right? If you go to like a disc golf course that has a lot of traffic, yeah, you start your throw. Yeah, in disc golf courses, whoever's managing the place or plays in a place, you just go to the course and they're like, hey, you seem like you want to throw a disc. Like usually my bag would be filled with stuff, and then I would have like a bunch of tons of spare discs in the car and in the trunk. So whenever like you see a kid like is interested in whatnot, it's like here's a disc. Like because many of the regulars, people who play regularly, they have excess discs, especially when you like go play in get like local leagues or whatnot. The whole point of participating in local leagues is that you get discs, but you don't end up using all of them. So you can just get a disc. Oh, you have these courses where they give you discs. Yeah, found from that course, exactly. Yeah. Um, I used to like participate in courses, like tourneys, like local tourneys with other people that I know, and they give away discs, like they package discs over and over again, and you have so many, like there's just no way you would go through them. So typically, yeah, if there's no phone number or any, they just give it away. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sometimes like if you want, you just go to any disc golf shop, and it would be like you look in a box, it's like $1, and you'll just pick up 5 discs. Just take the ones that you want to like practice with, and there's so many of them. Like they're so in excess. Such a great way. Um, I mean, outside of that, you can think of like football, right? Football is another one where it's a ball, and then you go out and do the ball, but you still have to sometimes shoes cost something. Discs, I guess shoes does kind of involve in it. You kind of do go through your shoes a bit, so that is a extra thing, but generally typical shoes works well. You don't have to like buy specialty, like for bowling you still need shoes. What's my favorite disc? Let's say favorite putter and favorite driver. um i I usually I don't have enough to go off favorites, but I can tell you which ones I use most often. Uh, the AVR3, and probably, hold on. So, probably, so I have a star, right? A star AVR 3, right? Innova star AVR 3, and a star Mako 3, probably. Mid range. So they're both stars. I like the flex. And then they're the threes. So the threes are the flat profiles, no like far flatter. Yeah, so those are the three. I have two of each as a spare. So two Mako 3s and two AVR 3s as the standard. Pretty much any standard. And then for like drivers are willy-nilly. Maybe like a rock 3. I only have an Innova bag since we played. I always wanted to do others, but for now it's like two of each. The driver is a huh. I wonder what driver I have right now. A T-Bird. So T-Bird 3. It's all the threes. Basically just flat profile and then straight across the board. So Rock 3, T-Bird 3, Star Destroyer, AVR 3, and a Mako 3. So you have your one overstable and then one slightly like a Leopard 3 is thrown in there. So Leopard 3 and Mako 3 are about neutral. And then the overstable is probably like a T-Bird 3 and a Rock 3. Your favorite putter for sure is P1? Yeah. P1 solid. This Mania. And also you like it to use like a mid-range. Yep. And you throw a lot forehand, so your pick is Innova Beast. Wow. That is a curveball. That is a big curveball. Yeah, P1, the person that I disc golf with, one of my friends, they like P1s and P2s. And they throw the P1s like a mid-range. And then P2s for your extra distance. But yeah, P1, P2s. Or, is it called P2? Yeah, it's called P2. And then, he had a couple D ones. You know, not many use Bs nowadays, but you just love it, so versatile. The one that I use for, like, the versatility is pretty much the Mako 3. The Mako 3 is neutral. You think you have, like, 7 different beasts? Oh, like, Mako is the mid-range that I would throw for both. Because it's neutral, so it's not overstable. It's both. You can turn it over and whatnot. In terms of forehand, like a sidearm or forehand, probably something really overstable because I don't usually do sidearms too much. Like a Firebird or something. Something very thin. A Leopard 3 is fine too. Leopard 3 is fairly, like, it's not overstable. It's both directions. I usually prefer my neutral discs because I'm not like a power thrower. I don't really require too much of an overstable to. I don't flip up very often. I'm not a flip up person. You know, a Heiser flip, that's not gonna happen. My arms and shoulders are not made for that anymore. The Heiser flipping, just throw your 13 speed super overstable a disc as hard as possible and Heiser flip it. That's not gonna happen. Probably like neutral discs for the versatility. Neat. I haven't really talked about disc golf in a very long time. It's nice to meet a finish, a proper finish who plays disc golf. I had met one or two other Finnish before, but they didn't play disc golf. Interestingly enough, or maybe I didn't bring it up. That's probably why. That's lovely to hear that you guys got disc golf. I would love to visit Finland for just disc golf. That is possible. I could convince like a particular couple um friend that I know. Weird Finns that's that doesn't play disc golf. I know, right? Maybe they just didn't bring it up. Oh, that's so lovely. And you get to see Finland while you're playing. Yeah, frisbee golf. Yep. Um, you know Simon Lazat, right? Simon Lazat, he has since moved over to the US, like in Boston or Massachusetts, but he carries the frisbee golf thing too, like overseas frisbee golf. Yeah, frisbee golf is the disc golf is like Americanized, like the word disc golf, the phrase. But you can definitely hear the frisbee golf whenever you hear overseas things. Yeah, I frisbee golf or disc golf, and then I rarely ever call golf regular golf now. It's always ball golf, and occasionally someone say like, "Why you keep saying ball golf? Doesn't all golf involve balls?" And I'm like, "No." uh, there is I don't know if this is a thing. There is this thing in the United States called kickball golf. That's weird. Like you kick a ball golf. That's a thing here at the moment. I don't know how wild it is, but kicking a ball into a hole is interesting. Ball golf guys will rip their butt if they hear someone use just golf or disc golf. Dude, dang. That yeah. That would definitely trigger them for sure. Like, oh hey, have you played golf? And they're like, yeah, I have a few clubs in my back trunk. It's like, no, that's not golf. Golf. Don't you have like a? Where are your discs? Where are your? Uh, what you don't use clubs for golf. What are you talking about? Use your arm, man. Go get some plastic. Or something like, hey, do you play golf? And it's like, oh yeah, I do. It's like, oh, what kind of molds do you like? What do you mean molds? I have like a set of irons and no, what type of molds? Like what is your profile here? Do you like your bead? Are you more of an overstable driver kind of guy? Like what are we talking about here? I can't even imagine having a discussion like that with someone, especially in the United States. Like in the United States, if you start talking about golf and someone's like, "Oh yeah, what what type of driver do you use?" I'm like, "Oh, a 13 speed, maybe like 7 in stability, probably something like a Star Destroyer." Like, what the heck are you talking about? Like, we're a driver? Is that aren't you talking about a driver? Or oh, you mean a fairway driver? So a fairway driver, maybe something speed 9. You think normal golf is more popular in the US? Here only rich people play it. Oh, I see. Yeah, here that's a great question. That is a really interesting question. Um I am unsure because I would say the player count for sure. Like like the player count, like the professional player count. But I'm not sure about recreation because let's just say there's not a lot of rich people in the United States. Uh oh yeah, it's way more popular. Yeah, you're right. Like it's way more popular. According to Gemini, right? According to AI, 48 million ball golf and 7 million disc golf. That's a lot bigger than I thought, though. Like 7 million is pretty great for the time being. Yeah, yeah, ball golf. That's um my friends play, like the people that when I was growing up, most of the kids like played golf, like ball golf. So I did not play golf. I don't know how to play golf. I did swing. There was a time, long story short, there was a wedding I went to, and the wedding venue was on a golf, like a country club, a golf course. That was the only time I handled. Oh no, wait, sorry, two times. There was two times I've handled a golf club, like a driver, and I hit a golf ball. I've never played golf. I've only like drove, like, a driving range. Like, here's the tee, you just whack it as hard as possible. So one time was during a wedding, and the other time was during a date. So that was the only time I've. Oh, and this kind of doesn't count because I didn't hit a golf ball. But in high school, you hit wiffle balls, or waffle balls, or wiffle balls. Those like really hollow plastic balls, so you don't like launch it into like cars and stuff, like the things that like they float in the air, so you just practice swinging a golf club. Yeah, I've never played golf ever. And then I think you probably done these like mini golf courses. That's the closest thing to putting that I've ever done. You have around 160,000 normal golf players. Dang. 228 registered disc golf players. Yikes. That is quite a difference. But if not counting registered only, it's around 1 million disc golf. Yeah. Yep. It's it's hard to imagine how, like, is Finland spread out? Like, what I mean is, like, it's interesting to see how many, yeah, like 5.5 million. Yeah, Finland's a really big place for 5.5 million. Are you guys like spread out? Or is that big or small to you? I feel like that's a really wonderful, like, spread out kind of population. Like, you have your space and you're not like completely very dense, like clustered. Because I was, yeah, a lot more north you go, more space you have. I see. I was born, like, where I was born, you probably can guess where I was born in terms of what I'm about to tell you. But there are 5.5 million in like a couple city blocks. uh I was born in around New York City. So like when we're talking about like 5.5 million, uh New York City is 5.5 million or more. I actually don't know what the population of New York City is. Oh no, it's not more. It's oh yeah, it is more. Yeesh. 8.6 million. Yeah, 8.6 million. I don't live there anymore. Like my family do not live there. I was born in that city. So I spent most of my life outside. We were like where I am, the population is like 50,000. The city, like the town, all these towns and residential areas are. I live in the suburbs. You probably can. You've probably seen a bunch of like the stereotypes of like every house looks about the same, and everyone like they're always carefree, like Pleasantville kind of thing. That's the type of area that my family has eventually lived in and settled down in. So Um, usually you walk outside and you know all your neighbors' situation. But in New York City, that's where I was born. Like I was born in New York City, which is like when you walk in the city, you're sharing a space, like crazy amount of space. No, or crazy amount of people in a very tiny space. You live in the third biggest city in Finland and you have like 250,000 people. Okay. That sounds really lovely. I like really quaint small cities. Like it's nice to feel like it's a mid-range between you have the potential to appreciate people around and at the same time feel like you're not simply dwarfed by every other person. Like being a city of like 8 million is it makes one feel a bit small and sometimes very not connected with the place. I over my life I had worked and studied, you know, go to university and stuff in smaller cities, not New York City. New York City is just happens to be where I was born. I would love to visit Finland one day. Have you been out of Finland at all? This is the type of conversation you have while chilling in Neverwinter for sure. Yeah, this whole time we were waiting, yeah, I don't see anything. Unfortunate. I Yeah, mostly in Europe. Oh, okay. Um, I have only been outside the continent of the North America, the North American continent once in my life, and it was in New Zealand. So, yeah, I know. It's like New Zealand of all places. I do hope one day, maybe in when I have my midlife period, I would visit other places. You don't like if there's too much people? I agree. I like tight communities. So, like, maybe too much people is more like the togetherness of people. So, like, certainly you can have a, people around. Tight. I like tight communities, and they tend to. You can't have a tight community with too many people. Listen, so Asia and America is kind of out of your range. Well, where I live, 80 to 90% of like the place is wilderness. Like it's farmland and wilderness. The two cities though, yeah. If you visit the two cities, probably filled with people. I spend most of my life like on average I see one person a day. Maybe one or two people a day. The people are there though. The people are there. So here's the thing about the states in the United States, right? Most of the place is uninhabited. So when you say overall, most of the United States is sparse. Unless you go to the cities. So like the large majority of the United States have very few people in it. Like in terms of landmass. However, if you want to visit the United States, usually the places that people like to visit in the United States are the cities. So like it's pretty crazy. The way to really know how the population is distributed in country is if you look at the voting map. So the United States has a voting map, right? And the voting maps, the amount of votes represent like in different areas, it'll be color coded based on how dense the population is. And basically whenever you watch like the presidential elections, like if you're a foreigner like and you're wondering who's going to become the next president or something like that, usually when you see the coloring, how the coloring you'll probably see red over most of the country, and that's usually the Republicans. And most of those states, there's like no one there. Like no one is there. That's and all of the like blue states are the ones where I think most people think of when it's basically completely congested. So US could get home for every homeless basically. They can, but they won't. That's yeah. So that's kind of one of the it's one of those things. Who owns the lands are the rich people. Rich people own the lands. That's kind of one of those very maybe like consequences, like the whole bucket, like capitalism and stuff. For what it can do, it can also produce those symptoms. Basically, the ones that own the land and own the you have both, right? Capitalism can fuel raise a lot of money for, I don't know, technology development, but at the same time it is also the very reason why land is expensive, because I don't know if you're how it works in Finland, but in the United States, one way to store your wealth, you know, like if you want to store how much money you have, you can buy land. So despite the countries that have a lot of money, like the states that have a lot of money in the United States, also have a lot of land. But those people are rich people. The rich people own all of that land. So it's not like the city people can move to the states that have a lot of land because those lands are owned by rich people. So a disproportionate amount of you probably heard this oftentimes in the United States. The rich is disproportionately rich to the number of people, so they own most of the land. You have tax for everything, so you want to store money, you don't spend. So if you want to store money, you don't spend it. Okay, okay. So that's kind of what I mean. Yeah. So for capitalists, for like this place, oftentimes you want to find as many assets, right? As many assets to store wealth, and land is definitely one of them. Despite having land tax per se, you can build something. Like it's obviously this isn't as accurate. I'm not a financial person, but my understanding is that when you build a like a condo or something, you build like a building for housing. If you own and buy that building, you own and buy the condo, it stores the value and guards it from taxation more than not. So the housing crisis, or like the housing problem and the cost of housing, is in part, not entirely involved, but it is a contributor. The idea of, yes, there is a lot of land and there's potential land to build housing, but usually the people who build the infrastructure and the houses, they're kind of like tax deductions from rich people. Obviously, again, take it with a grain of salt because I don't work in finance or business. I do some investing of my own. I don't command that type of wealth. My family member, my family's is from a working class. So my parents are working class. I'm no longer working class. However, I'm also not an entrepreneur. So I'm not a businessman. I don't turn my fortune, like I don't turn money into more money. Like I don't own land. Uh, I do have, my family has assets. But generally speaking, whenever someone talks to me about money, I have enough. That's usually what I tell people. I have enough. I'm very grateful to have a roof over my head, being in a neighborhood where you don't have to lock your doors. Like that's kind of most of the empty space sort of in the United States. So people who can afford to live away from the city, is one of those things where you would see like movies and stuff about Pleasantville. You know how people walk their dogs. Everyone has the same dogs. Everyone has the same dogs, and then when like you'll be shocked when you hear that there has been like a break-in or something because everyone would know everyone. It's like who in the world would break in, that type of thing. And I think that's actually most of the space in the United States. So all the cities are super dense because there are a lot of them. Like each state has a city that's super dense. However, the vast majority of land around the world is incredibly spaced out. So when you have enough money, right? If you have enough money, you can live in one of those spaces. And that's what I'm very happy for. Like I'm very so I don't want to make it sound like living in the United States sounds like it's a very pleasant place. It's usually a lot of empty space, but it's empty space because you need to be in the privileged. And my family and I have enough privileges, so I can talk about these things. Yeah, but they're not places to visit. Like if you were a foreigner trying to visit the United States, you wouldn't visit the empty spaces. Like it's kind of unless you really like barbecues every single day, and this might sound great at home, but if you're visiting a country, you're not there to do what you're doing at home, right? Like for me, when I walk out, if I walk outside the outer limits of the residential area, there are only mountains and cornfields. So only mountains, rivers, and cornfields. What do people do most of the time? They hunt, they hike, they swim, and they go on walks. That's what they do. So, and then the shopping, to shop, you have to actually drive to a place designated for shopping. So like even the shopping is not part of the living area. And then the rest is wilderness. Like the state that I live in, 80% of the state is wilderness. So you're you spend more time driving and looking at mountains and one single road going through like huge tunnels going through mountains than anything else. So that's kind of like it's a retirement state. Most of the retirement states kind of sound like that. It's a whole lot of nothing. It's a great place to settle down. Like raise a kid, to raise a child, and then the child can choose to go to the city. That's what I did. So when I became 18, I went to the city. I went to a city and I learned to like I enjoy the city, mind you. I do enjoy the city. It was a smaller city, so the city that you're describing, your third largest city, that sounds like a my place. I didn't go to New York City. Like I didn't work at New York City. That might cause me to have a panic attack. um so it is kind of nice. uh fin Finland sounds amazing. Honestly, I can only imagine driving around, winding around. New Zealand is interesting too. Like New Zealand, even on the North Island, there's only like one major highway, and oftentimes when you're driving, it's like you'd be lucky to see people. Like driving long distances, you'd be lucky to see people. And then when you go to South Island, you don't drive alone because you could legitimately just get lost and never be found again. I went on a tour of South Island with like a tour group because if you don't go as a group, you'll just get lost. You won't be found. There was a time when we were hiking, and it's weird, but the hiking guide, the person who was hiking, there's like, yeah, there was a couple where we just lost the person, like they just went off on their own and they were never found, and I'm okay, I'm not, is that something you want to say? Just, it was interesting. It was a very interesting experience. I don't know how it feels in Finland. I imagine you still can technically lose track of people. Man, it was nice to talk with you, but I need to start doing those morning things. Absolutely. Wifey is not happy if I just sit sit down, and she needs to. Yeah, fair enough. I was kind of curious when you're gonna start your day. Thanks for keeping me company. It was very refreshing. I hope whenever, if ever, right, like another 3 months or so, we can definitely chat. It's great. It's always nice to talk to people. Take care. Take care. Good luck. Good luck with everything. Thank you. Thank you for the conversation. All right, folks. We're gonna conclude our Neverwinter thing today. For the record, what I just did, like me and my serendipitous meeting with a Finnish person, that's kind of what Neverwinter was like back then. So, as a fun little outro, MMOs were great at doing these things, especially when you like play around, like in different time periods and whatnot. I used to love that aspect of MMORPGs. Like, that was how I interacted with Europeans and people from around the world. I played World of Warcraft, and when I know you're saying, well, don't World of Warcraft have different servers? It's like I played on different servers. Now, nowadays, though, it is kind of the Neverwinter thing was what was really interesting about it. Neverwinter didn't have a region lock. World of Warcraft did, so it was a bit harder to beat people outside of the NA region because World of Warcraft had region separation for their servers. Neverwinter, when Neverwinter came along, just as a short story where maybe this will be another chance in the future. Neverwinter used to be that. I think there were even in the beginning of Neverwinter, like Neverwinter is a Arc Games is located in the United States. However, I feel for the most part it has usually been largely a European dominant like player base, and it is now for sure. I really liked Neverwinter because it was an opportunity to have these interactions, and sure, uh Bloom was not playing at the same time. However, the idea of Neverwinter back in the day was that it was a hub to meet people, and I've met my fair share of Italians, Germans, Finnish on the lighter side, Polish, and then actually the rarest one would be like British. I had fewer British than all like German, Dutch, Polish, Italian, lots of Italians. Right? If I forgot German, and usually Scandinavian occasionally. So I think in general, like Finland, Sweden, and Norway, but typically Finland would come of the three, and then you filter down. So this this is kind of like what uh, I miss this a bit in a different way for playing MMOs. MMOs now, because of the advent of technology, right? Um, there was a time when World of Warcraft separated things based on ping and whatnot, largely because you have latency. Well, technology is fairly uh, great now or consistent that you can have global servers that are shared even across the pond. So having these discussions, I legitimately often idle my characters and we would talk and we would exchange stuff, talk about things, even in the context of gaming. So it's nice to be able to end the biting cold with a like a serendipitous connection. You know, we both still play Neverwinter. We actually have different preferences, right? Loom talked about how they're doing it, the masters, the getting the rings, they do master runs, right? And I don't. The nice thing is when you play an MMO, you can interact with that. I think nowadays this type of model of interaction has subsided. So now we do YouTube, right? YouTube and Twitch. It is a bit it's fun to do the um slice of the old. Um the difference now is I'm no longer 20 years old. I'm no longer a teenager, and I talk about this in my language learning stuff. My communication skills are people forward now. Back in the day, I had all this, but it was very great at it because it was compensating. I was compensating for my young self. My young self was pretty low on communication skills. There's I don't grab and improvise things to relate to people, and I wasn't cultured enough because I was still a teenager. When I was a teenager, the internet was still trying to proliferate with information, right? Like it was barely the internet of today, let alone social media did not exist yet. When I went to college, Facebook was starting up. Facebook was a high school only and in a college only a platform. So now it's really nice to see you can still play MMOs and talk about things outside the MMOs and bring them together. That is a thing of the past. It's definitely a relic of the past. I still do streaming, and like when someone asks, "Oh man, this is just a guy who's complaining about the not getting served a live service game, and they don't understand the old school ways of MMOs. Like, why do people play MMORPGs? Like, he's just a um, I don't know, a Gen Z person who can't appreciate why people stick with MMOs or try to hold on to nostalgia." I wanted to make sure that it's clear that I enjoy new modern live service contemporary games because they are integrated differently. I also enjoy this too. I do enjoy the idea of idling in a game, using the game as a hub to interact with people, especially international people now, as a way to practice my communication skills, being more cultured, right? Getting a chance to participate in multicultural interactions. That is my bit. We're constantly talking about multiculturalism, try to find connection between different places and also appreciating the differences. Now, with that said, the new live service games that I'm talking about, which Neverwinter is now existing in, the live service games are created over social media. So like the PR and the connections and stuff are communicated through community outreach. And right now, most of the stuff that I was trying to end without going back to it, TLDR, PR is not great. And communication is not that great either. Without that transparency, there's also no negotiation. And because of that, it often feels like Cryptic is kind of a place, out of time. So it's very anachronistic. It's kind of stuck between two models, in my opinion, two dominant models. The subscription models of old, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy X, and the live service models like MiHoYoverse, like the HoYoverse stuff, and the Asian persuasion, like the Chinese groups and the Korean groups. They're doing it in a way that when they are accessing, they do broadcasts, typical broadcasts, community exchange, and then the content creators feed on that, and then commentary and subculture commentary. That's kind of like a hit or miss in Neverwinter, because you have existing content creators that cover Neverwinter, but they cover it in a landscape that is not a it's still lacking communication with the developer. The developers themselves also do not broadcast and do things for transparency, and that type of thing is kind of more like go play Blizzard games. Blizzard games don't succumb to player outrage, so to speak. Final Fantasy 14 is resistant to that too. So that kind of thing, like monetary gains and all that, right? They have obligations through monetary gains. Neverwinter does not. Neverwinter is acting on a free-to-play model and a live service game. So you can, to be a little bit more positive spinning, like as I was attempting to outro, it's hopeful. Old leadership could be new leadership could be old leadership. Hopefully it creates a transition point. The old leadership that's coming back as the new leadership for Cryptic, the ventures that they had, that they were part of, the group that they have, those are on the up, and they have a more of a social presence and kind of a integration to the contemporary things. So we could see the next couple modules, maybe the module after the next, to be a more promising direction. Personally, that's my auspicious thinking, right? I'm trying to be hopeful. I like preservation of I am a fan of preservation of games, and the idea is my commentary and criticism on Neverwinter is it occupies a very interesting space. Like I mentioned Lord of the Rings Online already, and then Loom was helpful enough to segue into all the new games that failed and got closed down. Like for everyone, Neverwinter outlived that, right? And these games can be a perfect or like a fun, interesting case study to experiment with different dynamics. And that's why I still play Neverwinter and cover Neverwinter. To compare and contrast similarities and differences between other formats. Like I play Hearthstone, I play ESO2 NGS, and I also play the new kids on the block, like Persona 5X, the Phantom X, which I'll be covering next, right? Because that's the next update, the anniversary. And they interact with people very differently. Like, for example, Atlas, what they do is they present pop culture through their channel, and they raise awareness and where to like spread hype or interaction through their broadcasts and through how culturally inclined they are with the existing trends of disseminating information. Neverwinter is kind of going towards that in a way, like with a new community manager and trying to create and build communities again. And that's the way to interact. So if it constantly sounds like I'm referring to some imaginary Discord, the Discord exists for Neverwinter. They've overhauled it a couple times in the past year. They've reorganized a lot of the stuff, and now they have rerouted all of the stuff to that. For example, RIP the forum, right? The forum recently, it was not that long ago, maybe close to a year now. The forum was removed. The forum has been decommissioned and it's moved to Discord. So in a way, Neverwinter has over the couple of years transitioned. It still occupies a middle ground. Like the philosophy that I was trying to highlight today was the philosophy that I feel they're kind of juggling. Are you presenting your game and advertising a game like there's a cost to enjoying the game, which is the old model? You enjoy a game by how successful you are in the game. World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy X. You enjoy the game the moment you acquire and work towards the loot. The other live service games that are still successful and are explosive, they are thank you for playing. How much do you think our content is worth? And now they do have aggressive monetization. Like there are plenty with aggressive monetization. That's coming from the idea that they had a forward investment already. Like the 1.0 launch of those are gigantic. And then they pull how much they can squeeze in monetization. So you have to constantly adjust monetization at the expense of possibly taking a hit to content. So that is their name of their business models. Neverwinter is more like the content stays the same. Like they already know what the content they're going to put out. They're satisfied with that. They might tweak it a little bit, safe. You know, the churn effect. They churn. That means they also have an accurate target of how much the cost is. And the cost is player time. Like they release a module, they have already determined through the use of their digital assets how much is the cost. Now the question is that cost going to be easily accessible and calculable, and there's transparency between the players who say, oh yeah, I'm okay with 100 hours per module over 10 hours of content. Maybe. Live service, the other live service games, they actually keep that behind doors. They're like, okay, here's our new content. Tell us how much it's worth. And they would give you opportunities to tell the company how much it's worth. Like, for example, a gacha game would be, here's a banner. How much is it worth? They'll get data from how much the banner will, right, get. And then they would adjust things based on that. And you could say, well, that's prioritizing differently, right? That's like prioritizing your business model and how much you can monetize and putting content second. Like, well, yes, to a great extent, I would concede that is definitely it. That is how I feel about Neverwinter's content. It is already priced in before it's released. And whenever people talk, whenever like a collective starts arguing, okay, that's, you're devaluating our time too much, they would double down. They would double down and very vigorously tweak slight things. Like the drop rate has actually, quote unquote, been told to be in the plans to be adjusted and whatnot over time. But that's not through vigorous, attentive way to please your players. The live service models that exist now, they are there to please. Like even non-live service games like Pearl Abyss and Crimson Desert. So you can go in that direction. I'm not sure if Neverwinter is going to go in that direction. It's interesting though. I can't wait to see, or I'm going to wait and see. I can definitely wait, but I can wait and see till what's going to happen in the future. The topics I talked about is very, they're parallel topics that I will be covering for like Persona 5X and all the other live service games that I'll rotate out. Like right now, as I wind down Neverwinter, I'll probably explore other things. And Loom mentioned Soulframe, and like there are other titles that are coming out. That'll be interesting to see where Cryptic goes. So keep a optimistic mind, right? I'm an optimistic person when it comes to the potential of an unpredictable future. I don't really prescribe to deterministic and fatalist kind of thing. So let's see what happens next. This will conclude my biting cold coverage. Next module 34. It's probably not going to be module 33.5 unless something dramatically change with their all of a sudden with their schedule. I think they're going to do a half module again. We'll see. The plan is to do 5 weeks, but it's more like 4 weeks. Check if there's a 4th milestone, and then we'll wrap it up, and then see if we meet anyone and chat for a little bit. I like these momentary chats. I take up all the time is dedicated to like why stream playing an MMO. You chat, you meet people. Like otherwise, you can watch someone else run a dungeon for the 100th time. That is, people's cup of tea, right? It depends on what your cup of tea is. For me, if there's anything true to the nature of where Neverwinter is trying to hold on to, is what in my opinion, what I did just now for 2.5 hours, talking to someone who I met, and it's connected through an MMORPG. And this is like the new age way, so it's more like, oh, you and I play, but we met on a different platform, YouTube. That's kind of what I mean by the anachronistic way that, like, out of space and time, that Neverwinter is. Neverwinter philosophy and Cryptic way of approaching PR and like the word of mouth and stuff, it's not through the main channels anymore. Discord is a start for sure, and if they're going that route, it'll be interesting to see how they're gonna culture, like make Neverwinter a topic of culture again. There is still a growing uptrend of interest in Western fantasy. House of Dragons season 3 just came out. It's doing really well. Lord of the Rings is coming back, right? In different ways, not just Ring of Power. We're not talking about Ring of Power here. We're talking about Lord of the Rings, like more other. I think it's a Cerulean. I forgot. I'm not the greatest with Tolkien lore, but Dungeons and Dragons still have more things. Like their first movie for a while now. There's gonna be another one. So these things are still very much on the uptrend. It's kind of like another renaissance. It's been 10 years. Let's go back around to Western fantasy. So I look forward to tying all of these habits in. I'm one of the yap. We are about yapping about how MMOs are awesome, right? And MMOs are a social event to me. My nostalgia with playing World of Warcraft are exactly what people said. The people you met while playing the game. Now, you don't necessarily have to keep on playing the game to be good friends or like to share a moment with someone. The whole idea of MMOs was to serendipitously also meet people. And I'm very grateful that I had to spend some quality 2 hours or so with some new person that I met. And that could be it. That's like the moment. That's MMOs. You go on an MMO journey and you meet people along the way. That's what I sincerely mean by why I still think there's a place for MMOs, MMORPGs specifically. Phantom, like Persona 5, the Phantom X, that's a whole different story. That's like a solo, but indirectly interacting culturally with fandom. So that is more like a parasocial event. And some part of me still want to go back to World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy 14 to see if it's still it's still there. The idea of serendipitously meeting people as a form of a social event. So I wanted to highlight that. That is the most important. It's not about getting loot. It's part of getting loot. Like, loot is part of the picture. It's cool to get loot along the way. For me, the essential... Oh my gosh, there's an AGS call now. Just now. It's okay. I'm wrapping up. I could have... that's the first AGS call in the last 4 hours. Maybe 3 or 4 hours. Yeah. Just so happens there's an AGS call. Oh, that's okay. So that's a wrap. Use your imagination, right? I'll probably run complete. Maybe I'll catch up the other tunes I have, the 2 other tunes, and we'll see if Module 34 will bring something else. So for now, it's so good. Like last week, I was able to cover AGS with a pug, with like a pickup group. That's at least my ideal depiction of what it's like to play an MMO, or like my example of why I play MMO. And today, right before I was gonna go and, queue up and see something and nothing happened, I met someone and talked with them. We talked about disc golf. it's it's really great. And that's kind of why I play MMOs. So it's a really wonderful way to wrap up the MMO experience. So until next time, right? This is a wrap for the biting cold. I've said my bit about the pro, or maybe like the pros and cons, or the discontents and whatnot. Generally speaking, this is considered commentary. I do not I do not want to say that I understand how to fix things. I didn't suggest fixes, so please take it with a grain of salt. I expressed what I observed, and I look forward to being taken for a ride to see what they do. The time that I use to cover things are reflective in what I think is important. So if those things are the only things you think are important, then you might want to consider that. If you think there are more important things like getting BIS and learning how the loot table works and maximizing your rotations and mechanics, uh, that is for someone else to share with you. For myself, I don't focus on those things. I love yapping the yap, meeting people over video games, language learning over over video games, language learning over learning for the sake of learning, multiculturalism in general. So that is my focus. Whether that is like to poor use of time or something like that, I think we can all learn to love the things we want to do and find valuable to us. So like, each individual person. So I wouldn't give up that 2-hour discussion for someone's like a 2-hour 50-minute speed run through Master Johanskar for that, because people are worth more. For me personally, people are worth more in every aspect of multiplayer games. So not performance, whatever your ego is, right? I think others prefer to play for ego. I prefer to play it to meet people. So anyways, wrap for biting cold. I'll be back in another 3+ months now. It's gonna be a little bit longer, so 3+ months. 4. So each battle pass is about 2 months long. So 3.5 months from now, we'll probably hear about module 34, and I'll be back. Maybe we'll have a different take on things. 3 to 4 months, a lot of things can happen. Until then, if you're gonna watch this later, thank you. You're always welcome to pick up Neverwinter, give it a shot. It is a free to play. Your accessibility to the game may vary. I think most of it is you take it with a grain of salt and you manage your time-gated stuff. Catch up, right? I would say a month or 2 is a catch-up period. So by the time you start now, you can be right where we are, and we can exchange ideas, talk about experiences, yap while we wait for queue for calls. Again, I wasn't simply just yapping. Like, yapping is the primary thing. I was also looking at my chat to see if there's any calls for runs. So nothing happened during that. It's right behind my cam. I do this for courtesy in case there's like some people who are uncomfortable with their names being shown. So there you have it. That is the experience around this time period. So it was a great way to show what could happen. So until next time, you're more than welcome to come on by and exchange experiences, talk about what your gripes are. I like passing along the message or sharing other people's stories because I myself cannot have chosen not to experience everything the way other people do. So if you have like comments about the master dungeon, like Loom told me about the dust rates and whatnot, and I can confirm that's what I've read, feel free next time in another 4 months, and I'll be back then. So until next time, see you guys in the next module. Bye bye.